I grew up about 15 minutes from what used to be Overlook Hospital in Cedar Grove, New Jersey. Most people my age only know it from the creepy YouTube videos or TikToks, but where I'm from, the stories go back generations. My grandfather used to tell me, don't ever follow a whistle in the woods, especially near Overbrook. Back then I thought it was just old man superstitions, but now I'm not so sure. Overbrook wasn't just a hospital. It was a full complex. Asylum buildings, staff housing, tunnels. It looks like it was never supposed to be abandoned, just buried. The worst part of its history, at least the one people used to whisper about, happened in winter of 1917. The story goes that the boilers failed in one of the wings during a snowstorm. The patients inside were locked in their rooms, and by morning, over 24 had froze to death. They say that some of them were found curled under beds, some in corners, a few with their fingernails torn off, trying to claw the windows open. The wing was sealed off, but never properly cleared. That's where the story started. People said that you could hear knocking from inside the walls, that if you stood by the old courtyard at night, you'd hear footsteps crunching in the snow, even when the ground was bare. My friends and I used to dare each other to go up there after dark. Most of us chickened out. But one night when I was 17 and feeling particularly stupid, I went up alone. It was late fall, right before the snow starts to stick. I brought a flashlight and a cheap disposable camera. I just wanted a story to tell, something to impress a girl, honestly. The place was dead quiet. I climbed through a broken basement window and made my way through what was once the laundry wing, peeling paint, rusted equipment, everything soaked in this weird cold that didn't really match the weather. Eventually, I found a staircase that led to a sealed-off wing. The door had been welded shut long ago, but someone had pried it open just enough to squeeze through. Inside was old and felt stuffy, like time had never moved past the winter. Beds still had mattresses, wheelchairs facing the walls. Frost crept along the inside of the windows, even though it wasn't below freezing outside. I stepped into one room and noticed claw marks on the frame, deep ones. And that's when I heard a whistle. 2 slow notes, low, rising just slightly, like someone calling a dog from far away. I froze. I swear I saw a figure at the end of the hallway, thin, barefoot, skin pale. It was something cold, like it hadn't been warmed in hundreds of years. I turned to leave, but the hallway behind me didn't look the same anymore. I swear on my life, it was longer or darker, or not the same one. And then the whistle started again, but from the other direction. So I ran in the opposite. I busted my shoulder trying to wedge through the stairwell gap, and I didn't stop until I was back at my car. I ended up not telling anyone. What could I say? I chickened out. I ran. I hurt myself. I think I saw a ghost. Years later, I brought it up to my grandfather before he passed. And then he told me something I'd never heard before. When he was young, his older brother disappeared near the hospital. They never found him. His boots were discovered in the woods, full of ice, even though it was spring. I understand why my grandfather never trusted that place. Safe to say I don't either. Luckily, it's been completely demolished, but I still haven't been back to the site. I don't think I ever will. And I don't recommend that you do either. I retired to a small house along the coast of Maine after 40 years in Boston. It's quiet here, windy. You can smell the salt even when the tide's out. It's definitely the place that people move when they're trying to get away from something or forget something. In my case, that was mostly true. A few months ago, my older sister passed away. Not after everything with our parents, but I still drove down to take care of her estate, mostly out of guilt. She didn't have kids, just a few dusty rooms, all filled with old furniture, brittle photos, antiques that she'd collected over the years. The only thing she left me specifically was a doll. I remember it from when we were children. A soft-bodied thing, ceramic face and jointed arms. Her name was Charlotte. My sister loved that doll, carried her everywhere, even when she was far too old to do so. I didn't like Charlotte. I remember telling her once that the doll was staring too hard, and that was the last time I touched it. Still, when I found it wrapped carefully in a pillowcase, tucked inside an old sewing chest, something made me bring it home. At first, I just set it on the shelf in the back bedroom. I didn't think about it, but a week or so later, I started to feel this strange urge to sew again. I used to be a seamstress years ago. I even ran a shop with my ex-husband before the arthritis made it too painful. After we divorced, I never picked up a needle again. I didn't miss it, honestly. But now, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I pulled out my old kit. It was still packed in a bin in the garage. I found myself stitching little scraps of fabric together while the radio played in the background. Patches, old shirt cuffs. My fingers ached, but something about it felt necessary. And then one morning I woke up to find the doll wasn't on the shelf anymore. She was sitting at my work table, surrounded by bits of fabric I hadn't cut. Next to her was a spool of thread and a needle sticking out of a swatch of navy blue velvet, the exact shade my sister used to dress her in. I figured I must have moved her and forgotten. That seemed easier than the alternative. I sewed the dress. I don't know why. It just felt like the right thing to do. Once I finished, I slipped it onto her stiff little weird body. It fit perfectly. She almost looked happy. That night, I woke up to the sound of my sewing chair creaking. The room was dark, and I could just make out a shape at the desk. I turned on the light. The chair was empty, the doll on the shelf. I told myself I dreamt those sounds, but the next day, there was a new set of fabric on the table. Tiny shoes this time, box leather, and an old brass button, already threaded, waiting for me. I hadn't laid them out. My hands hurt the whole time I made them, but I didn't stop. Every morning after that, I'd find new material set up. I never heard her move. I never saw her move, but I started noticing that her head was tilted slightly more towards me each day. Her painted eyes, they felt aware. One morning, I woke to find a thimble jammed onto my finger, not just placed, forced. It was tight and digging into my skin, like it had been shoved there while I was asleep. The doll was in the chair this time, and it was facing me, with thread wrapped tightly around both arms, like restraints. And that's when I realized she didn't want clothes. She wants attention. I tried to stop. I locked her up in the shed. I threw away the sewing kit in the trash. The moment she reappeared on that shelf, I burned the doll. The next morning, I took her down to the rocky shore with a can of lighter fluid, and I set the whole thing ablaze. I stayed until there was nothing but ash and scorched buttons. And the house has been quiet ever since, but I haven't touched my sewing kit or anyone like it since, not even to move it. still in the trash bin there, and I leave the lid shut tight. Every now and then, when the tide comes in, the wind pushes hard against the window panes. I swear, I hear my sewing machine whirring in the back room. I don't own one anymore. A few years ago, we were looking to buy a new house. I found the home of my dreams, 1890s Victorian, wraparound porch, original stained glass and parquet flooring. One of the upstairs bedroom had a huge Monopoly board painted onto the hardwood floors, probably from like 70 years ago at least. It was in our price range, in a great school district for my daughter. So we visit the house and it's heavy, like an oppressive feeling. We were walking around and I was falling deeper and deeper in love. I noticed some unusual art, occult type stuff. But I'm a little bit of a weirdo, so I was game. Figured I could sage the place if there was anything there. And then we got to the demon room. For real, the whole room was full of devil art, bad taxidermy, creepy antique dolls, and terrible vibes. Cow skull with a Ouija alphabet printed on it, mummified animals. I picked up a teddy bear and it had a bloody hole, full of teeth, where its face should be. I don't know what kind of teeth. This whole time, the realtor was just standing outside the room, sweating and looking mortified. I'm giggling a bit because, once again, I'm a weirdo, and I asked if she knew this was all going to be here. She was as surprised as we were, and she couldn't wait to leave. We walked around a little more. I was completely smitten, and we left. Husband and I talked about putting in a bid. The next day, I was sick. Horrible upper respiratory infection, fever, total laryngitis, just awful. I figured it was a coincidence. We'd been talking more about the house and decided to bring my parents to see it for themselves and get their input. This time we went with a friend who had recently gotten a real estate license. We visited, and I went into the basement with my dad. He's an electrical engineer and knows a lot about old houses. I couldn't stay down there. He couldn't stay down there. We kept talking about how dark the house felt. But we all agreed it was gorgeous, and it looked to be in really good condition. It was a good candidate. This time I went home and was hit even harder. The next day I woke up with what was later diagnosed as strep throat and pink eye. I took that as my cue, and I didn't go back. The house eventually went off the market. This house should have been snatched up so fast, but the sign was up for at least 8 months. I've always been so morbidly curious. Who ended up with that place? And what's their life like now? I just got back from house sitting for a friend near Mount Hood, Oregon, and I haven't slept much since. She and her husband recently moved into a cabin up there. It's a quiet place built back in the 40s with way too many additions over the years. It's surrounded by dense pine, no close neighbors, and it always smelled a little like moss and smoke. They were headed to British Columbia for a wedding and asked if I could stay a few nights to watch their dog. I said sure. Free food, mountain air, and a break from city noise. Easy, yes. Their dog, Bean, he's an old mutt who mostly sleeps and occasionally whines to go out. I spent my first night reading on the porch and watching the trees sway. But on the third night, something got weird. I was brushing my teeth when I noticed the bathroom mirror. This old, cracked thing bolted to the wall. It had fogged unevenly, like something had leaned into it from the other side. There was this vague shape of a forehead, the bridge of a nose, and a hint of lips. I figured it was just my own breath at first, but when I wiped it down, the shape didn't line up with where I'd been standing. And then Bean started growling from the hallway, low, constant. I called out to her, but she wouldn't come near the bathroom door. She just stood there, tail down, growling. I turned off the light and went to bed. The next morning, the mirror was clean, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been watching me. I tried to write it off as mountain paranoia, too many horror books and too much silence. I for sure needed to get a grip. Later that day, I was on the phone with my friend to check in. I casually mentioned the mirror, mostly as a joke, but she went quiet. And then she said, "Crap, I meant to take that thing down before we left." Apparently, the mirror came with the house, and from the moment they moved in, weird things had been happening in that bathroom. Cold drafts, lights flickering, Bean refusing to go in. Her husband swore that he saw someone standing behind him once, but when he turned, there was no one there. They were planning to take it down and toss it after their trip. She sounded genuinely upset that it had still been there. That night, I couldn't stop looking at the thing. I don't know what I was expecting, but around 2 a.m. I got up to use the bathroom, and I found the mirror fogged again, this time without me even being in the room yet. There was no doubt a shape there, only this time it was clearer, sharper. I stepped in slowly and stood in front of it. For a second, I saw nothing, and then I blinked, and something blinked back at me, but it wasn't me. Its eyes were white, not glowing, just not okay. Empty. It looked almost human, but there was something off about the proportions. Skin too tight, neck too long, lips like it had been stitched closed, and then pulled apart again. It wasn't mimicking me. It wasn't even trying to scare me. It was just there. I ran. I slept in my car with the dog for the rest of the night. I haven't actually been back to my friend's house since they got home, though she texted me later to say they'd gotten rid of the mirror, smashed it, buried it in pieces in the woods. She didn't ask what I saw. I think she already knew. I'm glad it's gone, but I still can't really bring myself to go back there. I live in a small town in Alaska, and when I say small, I'm talking a place that you can only get to by boat or plane. One road in, one road out. Winter starts in October and ends in May. You don't lock your doors because of crime. You lock them so wildlife doesn't wander in. And yes, we have internet. Anyway, when my older brother Levi came back from his rehab stint in Anchorage, things felt off right away. Not just with him, though he was quieter than usual, but also with the thing that he'd brought home with him. A dirty porcelain doll with a cracked face and tangled red yarn hair. He said he found it near the edge of the rehab center's property, half buried under the snow by a stump. He said he didn't know why, but he felt like he had to keep it. We laughed it off at first, at least I did. Figured it was a weird emotional support thing, but he was dead serious. Told us her name was Isla. The weird part, well, besides the doll itself, he started sleeping with it. Not even kidding. Propped it up on the pillow next to him and talked to it like it was a real person. I made fun of him once, and he completely freaked out. Said Isla didn't like being talked about that way, and that I should apologize. I didn't. I wasn't going to apologize to a doll. A few days later, my snow boots went missing, and then I found them frozen solid inside the chest freezer in the garage. No one would fess up. A few days after that, I woke up to whispering in the hallway. I thought it was Levi at first, but when I cracked the door, the whispering stopped. and he was dead asleep. But then I saw the doll sitting upright on the hallway floor, facing my room. I asked him about it the next morning, and he got real quiet and said, "I guess she's just curious about people who disrespect her." After that, I started locking my door at night, even though I was sure it was Levi messing with me. A week later, Levi came into my room with this blank look on his face, asked if I'd seen Isla. I told him no, I hadn't touched the damn thing. He searched the whole house in a frenzy, practically tearing it apart. Finally, he found her in the crawl space, sitting neatly in the middle of the floor, holding one of my socks in her lap. At this point, my parents were starting to worry, not in the same way that I was. The Levi had just gotten clean, and they didn't want to push too hard. They chalked it up to post-rehab stress. The counselor said to give it time. But then the bruises started. Small ones at first, on his arms, his ribs. He claimed he fell out of bed or hit the door frame in the dark. But one morning I saw handprints, tiny ones, like a child had grabbed him with both of their hands and squeezed as hard as they could. The last straw came when I woke up in the middle of the night, and I found Isla sitting on my chest. I screamed so loud, my mom ran in with a baseball bat. The doll rolled onto the floor, cracked its face worse than it already had. My brother was sobbing, said he didn't know how she got in there, said she gets angry when people ignore her, lie about her. That was the night my dad finally snapped. He took the doll outside, poured gasoline all over it, and burned it in the fire pit. Levi didn't speak for 2 days. When he finally did, he just kept saying, "She's not gone. I think she's waiting." And that was 2 years ago. Levi moved out shortly after. Now he lives in Juneau. He's clean, has a job, seems okay. It hasn't been many times, but sometimes I still find little things in weird places. My toothbrush under the bed, a marble on my pillow. And once, I swear to God, I heard whispering behind me. I've never seen the doll again, but I still don't like to sleep without locking my door. I grew up being told that a demon haunted the women in my family. The story goes back to the 1800s and states that the demon continuously tried to possess one of us until someone in the next generation catches its eye. My mom was an unwell, single parent, so I stayed with my grandmother most of the time, especially when Mom was having an episode. I know this sounds like mental illness. I thought it was schizophrenia at one point, but bear with me. People with serious mental illness don't wake up cured one day, especially when they've never sought treatment. My grandmother used to have the same episodes. She would go through periods where she didn't sleep because of awful nightmares. She wouldn't eat because everything looked disgusting, and she stopped cleaning herself because all of the water was dirty in her eyes. Sometimes she saw other people as the demons, and things could get violent if not handled properly. When my mom turned 17, she started experiencing all of the same delusions, and my grandmother never had another episode again. The same thing happened each generation before as well. I don't know how to explain that. I spent most of my teen years in constant fear. My mom was already considered old for the switch to happen at 17. My grandmother was only 14 when it happened. After graduation, I went away to college, made friends, got a life, and it suddenly felt kind of insane to believe a demon was going to come after me. I got so angry with my mom, my grandmother for scaring me like that. I skipped going home for Christmas that year.
By summer break, I was less bitter and agreed to come home. I even stayed with my mom because I had every intention of talking to her about getting treatment. Ideally, I would have waited a few days and chosen my moment, but I had an awful nightmare on day 2. In my dream, I was laying in bed, wide awake. Then I rolled onto my back. I saw something standing in the far corner. It was too dark to see its features, but its head was just under the ceiling, and I could make out its arms and legs. I wanted to scream, but I couldn't. It felt like something was wrapped around my throat. I kept waiting for it to come out of the shadows, but it never did. Eventually, my alarm went off and I woke up. It wasn't enough to make me a believer, but it legitimately scared me. I've never been one to remember my dreams. Most of the time, it's like I don't dream at all. But I remembered every detail of that one, like it really happened. It freaked me out so bad, I immediately told my mom, and the regret was instant. She cried hard. She also told my grandmother, who came over to cry with her. They said that's how it always starts when the demon moves on. That summer was hell. I didn't sleep for weeks at a time. And when I did, the nightmares were unbearable. The demon would always start off in the corner, but the more I had the dream, the closer he would get to the bed. His form always varies with each dream. So does the locations. But I always know it's him. Staying awake pushes him back. During these stretches of nightmares, food is intolerable. It's hard to describe because it all smells and looks the same, but my response changes. The same with water. It's suddenly the exact same reaction as if someone had asked me to eat a bowl of maggots or bathe in mud. There's no way. The reverse is also true. Rotten, poisonous things suddenly look like a feast, and a tar pit could seem like a sauna. Oh, and to this day, my mom hasn't had another episode. She's like a new woman, but back then I didn't believe hers were finished, and I was determined not to be like her. I was going to get help, prove that this was all some mental illness. My mom and grandmother begged me not to, and that only fueled my conviction. Again, the regret was nearly instant. None of the medications had any effect whatsoever, and I was committed on 2 separate occasions, which led to my dropping out of college. I just couldn't keep up with the work, with life. I should have started my senior year of college this last fall, but now I work at a gas station, and I still live with my mother. I stopped throwing money away on treatment after my last 72-hour hold. There's no combination of meds I haven't tried. And being sedated through those nightmares was the worst experience of my life. The demon talked to me, made me promises, and threatened me. During the first year, I used to swear that I would never have kids of my own. But the longer this goes on, the more I want it to end no matter what.
Most of my social media accounts remain active because I get a kick out of the crazy shit people feel comfortable posting about. Personally, I rarely post, and when I do, it's mostly of our dogs with the kids. Never have I ever posted a controversial or political opinion thinking the hundreds of friends or family or coworkers need to hear. I understand, though, throughout the history of man, there's always been a communal pulpit where any fool would climb atop and beckon the people's attention if their voice was loud enough. Controversies are meant to be discussed. I get it. I can ignore my best friend's mom and her slightly offensive posts, but some of the shit that I see on here is crazy. A guy I knew in high school lost custody of his kids, all because his ex-wife has a restraining order against him because she lied to the cops, said that he was threatening her with an axe, allegedly. Sometimes I think, why do I know this? Why do I need to know this? I don't, and yet I do. I hail from a small, poor town in West Virginia and moved as far away as I could, as fast as I could when I turned 17. I was one of the few students who figured out that good grades equal scholarships, and scholarships equal a golden ticket out of there. Secretly, a tiny portion of me does miss the small-town lifestyle. Sometimes I fawn over its simplicity. It's the posts from rural people that relinquish a real nose-to-the-ground life reporting. The good, the bad, the ugly, all are worthy of posting on their Facebook wall for the world to see. There's a gem of a story that I've been steadily following the transgression of, to the point of reacting to a couple of the Facebook comments just so I can keep getting updates. A guy that I knew from high school, who I'll name Dane, posted a video he recorded from his phone. It's of his family's garage. It still looked the same from when we used to hang out in there. In the video, Dane's breathing is all loud and shaky, and he points the camera towards not the actual up and down garage door, but a wooden side door that leads outside to the side of the house. And that door is just ripping back and forth, slamming open and closed again and again. He titled that one, "Garage Ghost Scared the Kids Again." I thought, no shit. That scared me too, and I'm watching it through my phone. Next video he posts is titled, "Who the Fuck?" I had to watch this one a few times, but when I saw what he was talking about, it gave me literal chills. This time, Dane's in the backyard. Camera pointed at a picket fence that divides his property from his neighbor. By the way, from where I used to live, I was able to see the front of the house that Dane's looking at as I lived one street over on the other side. I'll get back to that. But in this video, it's nighttime, and Dane's using the flashlight of his phone to light up as much of his backyard as he can from where he's standing, which looks to be the middle of the yard because the phone's light doesn't stretch too far. It barely has enough glow to show the wooden slates on the fence and a person peeking just over the top of the fence. They look to be human eyes because they don't throw the light back like a raccoon does. You could really differentiate the whites of the eyes when they blinked and opened again. In the video, Dane says, "This woman keeps showing up, looking over the fence at us. There's no one living in that house right now. We've tried calling the cops, but they won't keep coming back every other night to sweep the abandoned house. I've tried going over there, but I can never find her." He goes on to say that it started happening 6 months ago, after those neighbors moved out. In other written posts, Dane isn't reserved in his beliefs that his back neighbor's house is haunted, and like a rodent infestation, it's slowly making its way over to his house. Now, I'm pretty intrigued because I had a weird story, actually more than a few of them, involving the previous owners of that property. 3 sisters, all looked to be midlife, 40s or 50s, all living together and all sharing an equally bitchy scowl when they'd see you. Again, I lived on the other side of them. I used to be able to see right into the front of their house from my bedroom window. I remember he and I used to talk about how scary those 3 sisters were. I think because I was a girl and Dane wanted to act tough in front of me, he never admitted to being creeped out by their behavior across the fence. But I know that we used to talk about seeing them up at all different hours of the night. There would always be candles moving from room to room of the house. I don't think I ever saw an actual light bulb in there once. I reached out to Dane on Messenger and he replied within a couple of minutes. He said that he's only been living back home for a little over a year. Nikki, his girlfriend, had another baby. He said this is kid number 5. So they moved back home for free babysitting at La Casa de la Grandparents. I'm like, that's cool, man. Holy shit, 5 kids. He's like, yeah, when the new one was born is when everything started hitting the fan. Like the baby attracted something. I asked if the 3 sisters were the last occupants there, and he told me, yeah, but when they moved out, only 2 of the sisters were there. He thinks one of the sisters died, as he'd only been seeing 2 of them for the 6 months he'd been back at the house before they moved. Without me having to say it, he sends a message saying, "I think it's the ghost of the third sister. I think she's fucking with us because she's lonely. Or maybe she wants to possess the baby. All I know is I got Jesus on my side, bitch." Okay. I tell him, "That's heavy, bro. I'm sorry about that." And that was the last message I sent him. I decided not to share my story with him because it sounded like he already had a lot on his plate, and I thought it might stress him out more, but I'll tell you. So I could see the front of these three sisters' house for the first year or so that the women were living there. I always thought that there was a little girl that also lived with them. I assumed her to be one of their daughters. She looked to be 5 or 6, and once it was really late at night, and I was riding my bike home from a party. I turned onto my street, and she was doing ballet in the front yard, all by herself. Mind you, it was close to 4 in the morning, so seeing this little girl outside, hopping and dancing around in the dark, it was an unsettling sight to come across. But she was the least of my concerns as I got off my bike and tried to slowly walk it up my driveway, trying to remain undetected from my parental guardians. Our driveway was gravel, so every move sounded louder than necessary. When I get to the grass of the backyard, I'm able to relax a bit more. Before I fully entered the backyard, I glanced back over my shoulder toward the little girl. But instead of seeing her, I locked eyes with one of the sisters, standing at the edge of their yard. It scared the absolute hell out of me. The glare that she had frightened me to the core. I screamed so loud I actually woke my parents up. Their bedroom light flipped on right after I opened my mouth. I instantly knew I was fucked. Looking back across the street again, the woman was now gone just like the little girl. Their yard was empty. And the next thing I heard from outside was my dad's feet stomping down the stairs, too fast for me to run or think of anything. I'd never been caught before, but I'd snuck out a lot prior to that. I was grounded for a long time after that. My dad sold my bike on Craigslist. Some prick bought it for $20 so he could scrap it for parts. Shit was tragic. I remember I saw that little girl a few more times, and only at night. I swear that she would hold a candle, staring at my bedroom window from her bedroom window every time I looked. Then at some point, I just stopped seeing her. You see how this story could have convoluted Dane's predicament further. Needless to say, there's a lot going on over there, and I always kind of thought that was the case, but the stuff that he posted pretty much confirms it for me. I asked if I could share his stuff, but he declined, doesn't want to be harassed. His comment section is filled with people that think that he's using fishing line for the door or making his wife dress up in costumes to get the footage. I don't think Dane would do any of that, though. He'd have no reason to seek this kind of attention and is already overwhelmed with the small-town fame that he's building for himself back home. 5 kids, though. That's gotta be tough. Might even be scarier than the neighbors. When I was 15, a long time ago, as I'm 60 now, I was growing up in a tiny village called New Galloway in the wilds of southwest Scotland. One evening, I was walking back from a friend's house when I noticed that the lights were on in the old reading room, a building at least 300 years old. Back then, it was used for carpet bowl games, but I knew that it was the wrong night for that. It should have been shut, yet as I walked closer, I could hear people talking, laughing, the sounds of a game in full swing. Curious and a bit puzzled, I went through the gate and up to the door. Oddly, it was locked. I walked around the side and peered through the window and froze. The room was completely dark and empty. No people, no lights. My heart started racing. I couldn't believe what I'd just heard. As I stood there trying to make sense of it all, I heard a laugh. Low, chilling. unmistakably sinister. Yet no one was there. In that moment, fear took over, and I ran like hell. I'd never been so terrified in my life. Even now, as an old man, I can say with certainty that laugh was pure evil. I hope I never hear anything like that again. Later, I found out the grim history behind that building. Years earlier, the caretaker had hanged himself from one of the rafters. His body was discovered when people arrived for their weekly bowls game. Even now, I still have nightmares about that night. Years ago, I used to be a lifeguard. Small neighborhood pool, nothing fancy, just 6 lap lanes, a diving board, and a chlorine tank that always leaked. I worked there every summer in my teens, then stayed on part-time in my 20s while figuring out what to do with my life. Now I work with the city through Parks and Rec. We happen to be responsible for the property the pool sits on. It's an old pool anyway. We shut the place down in 2011. Technically, it was a chemical issue. Filters went bad, the water turned cloudy, and one of the staff had a bad reaction. But unofficially, there was an incident that no one talked about. Something that happened late one night after closing. I didn't witness it myself, but I was on shift earlier that day. I remember that despite it being July, it was unusually cold, chalked up to a building falling apart. But then, after dark, a teenage girl had drowned. Only she didn't look drowned when they pulled her out. No bloating, no fluid in her lungs, just pale, still. And her hands, they were raw. Skin shredded like she'd tried to claw at the tile. And the worst part, there were fingernail marks under the pool's cover, but it hadn't come loose. They drained the whole thing after that, and they never reopened. Flash forward to last week. I get a call from one of the new guys at Parks and Rec. Says the motion lights keep going off at the old pool. He went to check it out. Reported the place was still locked up and he couldn't see how anyone could have gotten in. Yet he said he heard strange noises coming from inside. Splashing, footsteps in the locker room, doors slamming. But no one was there. Normally I'd write that stuff off or tell him to phone the police. I mean, the pool doesn't even have water, so I'm not sure about the splashing. But I don't know. Something in his voice struck me. He sounded shaken, like he wanted me to tell him it was nothing. When I mentioned making a police report, he almost sounded embarrassed at the idea. So I said I'd swing by. It was just after 10 p.m. when I pulled up. The gate padlock was intact. I drove around with my spotlight, checking the windows, doors. No sign of forced entry, all as the rookie had explained. But as soon as I stepped out of the truck, I heard it. The distinct echo of water moving. Not wind. I mean full-on swimming sounds. Arms slicing water. A quiet splash every few seconds. I still had my key to the pool house. I unlocked the main door, stepped inside. Everything was dark. I noticed the locker room lights flicker behind me, motion activated, except I hadn't walked far enough to trigger them. I didn't think so. The inside hadn't changed much, smelled like mildew and old sunscreen. Most of the lockers were still labeled with duct tape from over a decade ago. I walked through the showers, across the maintenance area, and onto the pool deck. The last time I'd even peered in, the water was still drained. Cracked white tiles stretched out in every direction. The deep end was a stained, echoey hole, and in the silence I could hear the echo of my own breath bouncing back at me. But upon closer inspection, there was still some water. Just a thin channel. A ripple that ran the length of the pool. It shimmered differently than the dry tile around it, on the outside, but it was more than a shimmer. It seemed like movement. As I walked the perimeter, I noticed something unusual, for sure. Wet footprints. Not mine. I was still standing on the dry deck. These prints went from the edge of the pool to the lifeguard chair and stopped. I climbed the chair to get an overall better view of the pool. From up there, you could see it clearer. The water was anything but still. No shape that I could make out in the water itself. No head breaking the surface or anything like that. Just the faint gliding motion of someone doing a lazy breaststroke underwater. I watched it move, whatever it was, through the water. Something invisible creating ripples. Watching, it slid forward. When it reached the deep end, it paused. The water was still again, but only for a second. Then uncontrollable splashing. There wasn't a soul in sight, and yet the water was erupting in a way that it only can when something is thrashing in it. I stepped down from the chair, not taking my eyes off the water until I grabbed my phone to call the city guy. Somehow the screen was shattered. I didn't drop it. I swear. I didn't sit on it weird, no excuse. But there it was. It had been crushed. I threw it back in my pocket. In the hallway mirror, I caught my reflection, and I stopped cold. The back of my shirt was soaked, like I'd been dunked, but I hadn't gotten close to the water. I ran a hand back there, and it was freezing cold. I didn't feel any wetness. Nothing made sense. It was scaring the hell out of me. I left, didn't look back. Locked the gate. I grabbed my phone about halfway through the drive home. It was perfectly fine. The next morning, I drove by just to see it in the daylight, get over this overwhelming sensation that I just couldn't let go of. The pool was empty. No water and no one swimming, invisible or otherwise. The city as a whole remains convinced that it's kids breaking in, making noises, setting off the lights. But I know what I saw. Something's in there. Maybe just a night. Swimming laps. I was around 5 or kindergarten age when we lived in this small rental house in rural Illinois. The layout was simple. Living room, kitchen, 2 bedrooms, a bathroom. What I remember most clearly, though, was the man that used to stand in the doorway of my room at night. He never came in. He never said a word. He just stood there with his hands resting on the doorframe, looking at me. I wasn't afraid of him. He didn't feel scary. He felt sad. I remember once asking my mom why the man looked so tired. She asked what man, and I told her the one that watches me sleep. That got me a full sweep of the house and a nightlight installed the same day. I remember years later, I was about 17. My mom and I were looking through old family photos, and I stopped cold at one of them. "That's him," I said, pointing to a man in a flannel shirt standing on a porch. My mom got quiet. "That's your Uncle Paul. He died in that house before you were born." I used to work at a cafe in a newly gentrified neighborhood. A few years ago, you couldn't safely drive down the street after dark, but now it's like a little slice of Mayberry, except for the alleyway behind my cafe. My friend worked there first, but he moved away. Before he left, he suggested me as a replacement. We got to work together for his last week, and I learned the ropes. One of my duties was to take the trash out at the end of each shift. On my first day, we took it out together, and he told me to be careful because an evil spirit was haunting the alley. There have been multiple murders there over the years, muggings and gang wars gone wrong. I thought that he was messing with me, but he wouldn't relent. He just insisted that I'd get proof soon enough. Supposedly, the dumpster lids have tried to close on his hands multiple times, so I needed to throw the bags inside. The lids fold over the sides of the dumpster, so I couldn't imagine how they could close on their own. The wind would have to be insane. Nothing particularly unusual happened all week. Sometimes we would catch a glimpse of something darting behind the dumpster, but I assumed that it was a rat or a cat. The steak and seafood restaurant is on the other side of the alley, so there's no shortage of wildlife. The following week, my training wheels were off. I wasn't worried about evil spirits at all. I spent my breaks vaping in the alley, and one day a girl from the restaurant came out a few minutes after me. She said that she'd been waiting for someone else before she took her own break because she was too afraid to be out there alone. We talked a little, and she claimed that both of our dumpsters started shaking while she was out there the day before, that it was violent, like there were bum fights happening inside, but both were too full of trash for anyone to actually be in there. When I suggested it could have been animals, she shook her head. The shaking was so hard that parts of the dumpsters would lift off the ground. It only went on for a few seconds, but it terrified her. She seemed genuine. I was pretty skeptical. I even asked if she'd known Brett, but she said she'd only been working there for a few days. I mean, I didn't necessarily believe her, but I didn't want to argue either. For the next few days, she appeared every time I went on break, and we would shoot the shit till it was time to go back in. And then I had a shift on her day off, and I was out there alone again. It was in the evening, just starting to get dark outside. I dropped my vape pen, bent down to pick it up, and I got shoved into the wall, hard. I barely got my hands up in time to stop my face from hitting brick. I turned around, furious, but there was no one else out there. No one. I walked up and down the alley looking for someone hiding, but it was just empty. There had been no footsteps, nothing. I know I was pushed. I felt something touch my lower back and shove me forward. That's a really hard sensation to imagine. If I'd lost my balance, I would have fallen with way less force. That shit really got to me. I had no way to explain it. I skipped my last break for that shift. It took me 3 seconds to chuck the trash out when we closed, and I went straight home. The next couple of weeks were normal. I was rarely alone, and when I was, it was only for a few minutes. Eventually, I forgot about the incident. Time has a way of distorting our memories, so I let myself believe maybe I had been mistaken. Maybe I had tripped over my own foot. Who the hell knows? Now comes the reason I had to find a new job. I worked the lunch shift on a bright, sunny day. Nothing nefarious about it at all. So when it came time to take out the trash, I really wasn't worried about anything. All I had to do was toss it and go. Well, one of the bags broke open on the back swing, and the trash went everywhere. I started picking it up, and though I didn't notice a breeze, a coffee cup blew out of reach as I bent down for it. It was like a cartoon. I would try to grab it, and it would blow a little further away. Finally, it landed against the restaurant wall, against the back of the dumpster. As soon as my hand touched it, a sharp pain radiated through my wrist, like something was biting me. I don't mean like a bug. I mean something bigger. It hurt. It felt like multiple teeth were puncturing my skin. I instantly dropped the cup and started inspecting my arm. I fully expected to see blood, but the skin was unbroken. Instead, there was a thin, bright red circle forming around the backside of my wrist. I ran to the bathroom and held it under some cold water, but it did nothing to help. I went home and the pain only got worse. By the next day, it looked like someone had branded me. The thin ring on my wrist had turned into a blister, just like a second-degree burn. I swear, it didn't touch anything. All I did was bend down for a stupid cup. Even if I had touched something, there was nothing on the wall or the dumpster that could do that. It was a sunny day. but not nearly hot enough to turn a dumpster into a branding iron. I don't know what the hell happened. My wrist healed after a few weeks and it's fine now, but I didn't want to work at that cafe anymore. I got a new job waitressing in a different part of town, and I haven't gone back since. I moved into a rental duplex in a small town outside of Asheville, North Carolina, right before spring. It's a nice little sleepy place where people still wave at each other on the sidewalks, and the only restaurant is a diner that closes at 6. I was in a bit of a transition, basically where I was saying new start a lot until it started to feel like one. The unit was clean, the rent was cheap, and the place came with a little patch of gravel driveway that curved around a clump of dogwoods. I didn't know it yet, but that driveway would be the reason I started locking my bedroom window. It started subtle. I'd come home in the morning and see little piles of pebbles in neat triangles on the hood of my car, or one of my side mirrors completely turned inward. The first few times I brushed it off, probably neighborhood kids, could even be a raccoon. But then one morning in early March, I woke up just after 3 a.m. to a sound I couldn't explain. I sleep light, always have. It wasn't a bang or a thud, more like gravel shifting. I crept over to the blinds and peeked out. There, in the soft pill of the porch light, was a girl. She couldn't have been older than 10 or 11, hair pulled back into a low braid, white nightgown stained at the hem. She was barefoot, standing right in the gravel drive, staring at my car. At first I thought that she must be sleepwalking, maybe from the unit next door. But when I opened the door and stepped out onto the porch, she didn't look at me. She didn't move at all. Just as I was about to say something, she just slowly lifted her hand and pointed at the front of my car. I froze, not because of what she did, but because of how she looked doing it. Her arm bent at the wrong angle, her finger crooked like it had been broken and never healed right. And though the porch light should have illuminated her face, it didn't. Her features stayed hidden in the shadows, like the light couldn't quite reach her. I said, "Are you okay?" But the moment the words left my mouth, she dropped her arm, turned around, and walked off, right through the row of dogwoods lining the drive. The next morning, I saw tire marks, long and black, carved through the gravel. My neighbor's car had clearly tried to brake, but not fast enough. He told me later that morning, visibly shaken, he'd swerved to avoid hitting a girl in a white nightgown, standing in the driveway. She came out of nowhere, he said. I don't even know where she could have come from. It was like she was just there. He missed her, but in doing so, slammed into the wooden fence next to the duplex. His airbags deployed, and he was fine, just bruised and terrified. A few days later, I brought it up to the woman who manages the rentals. I kept it casual at first, but when I mentioned what we'd seen, she went quiet. There was an accident in that drive, she finally said. Almost 20 years ago now. Little girl snuck out to ride her bike at night. Driver didn't see her. It was tragic. The girl's name was Lacey. She died right where my car had been parked. I didn't see her again after that night. No more pebbles, no more gravel shifting in the dark. I don't know if she was warning me or my neighbor, or just reliving something that never let her rest. But I know what I saw, and I also know I'm not the only one. I haven't told many people about this, not because I think they'd call me crazy, but because after all these years, I still don't have an answer. Just a handful of memories that won't fade away the way I expected them to. I'm 52 now, happily married, 2 kids, normal life. But when I was 22, I lived in a 3rd-floor walk-up above a pawn shop in Lower Manhattan. This was back in '94, when the city still had grit under its nails. I was working nights at a print shop, just to try to keep myself afloat. The apartment was barely livable, but it was cheap and mine, and something was off from day one. The guy who showed me the place was named Carlo, and I'm pretty sure that he wasn't even a real landlord, just someone watching the building while the owner lived abroad. The place had this yellow look to it. Walls were stained from decades of cigarette smoke, light switches that clicked too loud, carpet that never quite felt dry. It was a 1-bedroom with a weird layout. Like the living room had been one of 2 rooms before somebody had knocked out the wall halfway and gave up. The back wall had this huge built-in shelf painted shut and warped like it hadn't been opened in decades. I used to imagine old radios or liquor bottles sat in it once. Now it's just a sad alcove I never touched. The first night I slept there, I woke up at 3:12 a.m. to a crash in the living room. I bolted up thinking someone had broken in, but nothing was out of place except that shelf, the one that hadn't opened in years. One of the wooden panels was hanging. I chalked it up to settling wood, maybe air pressure, but I shoved it closed, wedged a broom in front of it, so I'd hear if it moved again. It did. 3 nights later. Crash. I ran out. Broom on the floor, panel hanging again. Inside was nothing. No rodents, no old bottles, just this deep recess in the wall, maybe 2 feet deep, painted black inside. It was colder than the room by at least 10 degrees. I reached in just to feel around and jerked back like I'd touched static. And that's when I think everything started for me. Little things at first, knocking, rhythmic and hollow. It was behind the walls when I was trying to fall asleep. Always in patterns, never random. 3 knocks, pause, 3 more. Sometimes I'd leave the room and come to find the faucet running. Once it was hot, burning steam hot, scalded my hands just turning it off. I didn't expect it. I told my coworker about it once. He said old pipes do weird stuff, but it wasn't the pipes that scared me. It was the whispering, just the sounds of voices in general. I don't know how to describe it clearly because it never came through like a voice. It was more like an impression, like thoughts, not your own, brushing past your ear. I'd be reading and suddenly I'd get this overwhelming feeling that I'd forgotten something. Not something normal, something urgent, like I'd left a door open and someone had gotten in, but every door was locked and the windows would be shut. Then one night, I walked into the bedroom and I found my mattress pushed halfway off the frame, like someone tried to drag it. I lived alone. I set up a camcorder facing the shelf. This is '94, so we're talking big, clunky, high-8 tape recorder. It had about 90 minutes of recording time. I set it on a chair, and I hit record around 2:45 a.m. I sat in my room, waiting. The next morning, I played it back. For the first 60 minutes, nothing. Then at 3:12, the broom I'd leaned against the shelf fell over. Not slowly, like it had been thrown forward. Then the shelf creaked open. It stayed open. And then, this part makes me sick. Something moved across the floor in front of the camera. Low, crawling, just barely out of frame. You don't see it, not fully, just a sliver of a shadow, a dragging sound. And then the camera drops its view and goes static. Dead tape. I moved out days later, left my security deposit behind. I didn't care. I didn't even try to explain it to Carlo. I think he knew. I think that's why it was so cheap. The only thing I took with me from that place besides the camcorder was a little scrap of wood that I found on the floor near the shelf that day. It looked like a tag, flat and burned on one end. Written in faded ink were the words, "No one live here." I always assumed the word that was burned off was let no one live here. When I couldn't bring myself to look at the tape again, I gave it to a friend to check it out. They told me there was nothing, that it was just a static tape. Dead tape. I can't explain any of it. An apartment we used to live in had a funny feeling in the hallway by our bedroom. It felt like one of those run and jump on the bed so the monster doesn't grab your ankle kind of vibe. I started feeling bad when trying to dodge it and being creeped out because both my husband and we felt the presence of a little girl, 5 years old to be specific. We always slept with our door closed, but it started to get to the point where I couldn't get myself to close it. I felt like it needed to be open so that she knew we were in there and she felt safe with us. It made me kind of sad. I felt like she was abused or unloved. Once I started embracing it, the uneasy feeling turned to a realization of loneliness. Then that sad, lonely feeling turned into comfort. I was not maternal at all, but for some reason, I had this urge to protect whoever she was and let her know that she was safe with me and my husband and she can't be hurt anymore. After about a month of this, it all disappeared. No feelings, no strange sounds, and our dog stopped staring down that hall. It just felt like an empty apartment. I still think about her 12 years later, especially now that we have an almost 5-year-old little girl. I'm well aware this is going to come off as crazy can be. But a couple of years ago, my daughter came to me in a dream. Her name was Allie, and we lost her to a congenital heart defect. But in my dream, she was a teenager, a beautiful spitting image of her dad and I's best features. I knew instantly who she was in my dream, and our interaction felt natural and warm. I don't really remember what exactly we were doing, but I know it was something menial, driving somewhere in the car, the one I have now. She was telling me a story, sitting in the passenger seat. I kept looking over at her, admiring her smile as she laughed. Then, like dreams often do, the moment changed without my knowledge, and suddenly we were at the destination, our new setting. It took place in a shopping mall. It was one I fondly knew from my childhood. I'm pretty sure this mall that we were exploring had been demolished in the early 2000s, but in my dream, it was the location where we were going to buy Allie some shoes. Walking through the food court, I pointed out the table that I had my first kiss. I could still recap the layout of where all the stores were. Walking next to me, Allie suddenly stops and starts violently coughing. Each cough began to sound worse than the last, and then she began grabbing at her neck, like she was choking. Dream me watched helplessly as my beautiful baby girl's eyes rolled into the back of her head. Both hands release and drop down to her sides, and her head stays tilted upwards. When I look around for help, I realize everyone shared the same features that she did. At a standstill, all looking upward with wide eyes. Then, only Allie turned her head to look at me, and when she spoke, her bright, happy voice sounded like she was inhaling while trying to talk. In this raspy, low voice, she said, "There's a spider in the web. Leave it alone. Go home." And then I woke up in a cold sweat, The collar of the shirt that I'd worn to bed was soaked. The rest of the morning I kept repeating what she told me over and over again in my head, trying to make it make sense. There's a spider in the web, leave it alone, go home. Felt like I'd received premonition, a weird one, but I'd obsessed over it for weeks to follow. I obsessed over the meaning and treated anything spider-related as bad luck and tried to avoid. Once, I even made myself late for work because the car in front of me had a Spider-Man bumper sticker, and I refused to drive behind it. I turned down a street that I'd never taken just to get away from it. But nothing seemed to happen. Nothing obvious anyway. And eventually my paranoia became a kind of superstition. I'd whisper her words every time I saw a web, like a nervous little prayer. There's a spider in the web, leave it alone, go home. It wasn't until almost a month after the dream that I finally understood what she meant. I'd just gotten off work and remembered a return that I needed to make at this little consignment shop downtown. It was barely a 10-minute detour, and for some reason, I felt like I had the energy to knock it off my to-do list, so I went on a whim. I parked in the alley behind the shop like I always did. As I stepped toward the back door, something caught my eye. There, perfectly spun across the door frame, was this massive, glistening spider web with this beautiful spider. It stopped me in my tracks. It wasn't just big. It was beautiful, symmetrical, almost glowing in the late sunlight. And at the center, that pretty spider, still as stone. And suddenly, there it was again, that voice from my dream. There's a spider in the web. Leave it alone. Go home. I stood there staring at it for just a second. I'd have to break the web just to reach the handle. I don't know how to explain the feeling that washed over me, but it was like I wasn't supposed to be there anymore. Not in that alley. Not in that moment. So I turned around, walked back to my car, and got in. As I pulled out of the alleyway, 2 men came tearing around the corner on foot, so fast and sudden I nearly hit them. One of them almost ripped off my side mirror as they darted past, barely noticing me. I remember the way they looked, wide-eyed, wild, running like they were on fire. I thought it was weird, but I was too shaken to do anything but keep driving. Later that night, I was half watching the local news when a story came on and made my stomach drop. There'd been a robbery at the very consignment shop I'd gone to. The suspects had entered through the back door in the alleyway, the same one I'd nearly walked through just hours earlier, and just moments before they did. They shot the first people they saw walking inside. 2 were killed, 2 more were critically injured. The suspects fled, but were killed in a shootout with police later that night. I sat there for a long time staring at the screen. If I'd walked through that door, if I'd destroyed that web and stepped inside, not gone home, I might have been the first person they saw. But I didn't. I guess because I listened. I used to think that dreams were just noise, our brain's way of filing away fragments. But now I know better. Sometimes the ones we've lost, they're still with us, still watching, still warning. Sometimes all it takes to be saved is leaving the spider in the web, leaving it alone, and going home. I'm not sure I came back from my trip alone. This happened last year. I took a solo trip up to northern Idaho, 3 days off-grid, just me, a tent, and the quiet. I wanted the kind that would make my ears ring. I've done solo trips before. They're sort of a reset button for me. No emails, no deadlines, no noise. just trees and wind and my boots on the trail. I camped near a ridge that overlooked this narrow canyon surrounded by pine. It was beautiful, cold but beautiful. While I was setting up my tent that first evening, I spotted something half buried in the dirt near the base of a tree. Just a rock, smooth and dark, but something about it caught my eye. It was unusually round. When I picked it up, it felt warm, almost like it had been sitting in the sun, except it hadn't. Not under those trees, not in the shade. I don't know why, but I kept it. I just did. Tossed it in my pack and forgot about it until later that night. That's when I woke up to the sound of my tent zipper being pulled open. Now, I sleep light when I'm in the woods. Any unfamiliar noise and I'm awake in an instant. This wasn't a rustle or a twig snap. This was a long, deliberate rip of the zipper sliding down. I sat up so fast I practically gave myself whiplash. But the zipper was closed, still sealed from the inside. No one was there. Nothing outside either. At least nothing I could see. But the air inside the tent was freezing, like someone had left the flap open all night. And the smell, burnt hair and wet leaves, metallic, earthy, like something rotting beneath the soil. I found it hard to sleep that night. I left the next morning, hiked out early. I packed up like I was late for something. At home, I tried to forget it, chalked it up to a dream, a product of being alone in the woods for too long. But things got strange after that. My lights flickered constantly. The bathroom mirror fogged up when there was no water running. I'd wake up at exactly 3:17 a.m. every night, gasping like I'd been underwater. My cat, who normally sleeps at my feet, refused to come into the bedroom at all. And it would just sit in the hallway, staring at the doorway like someone was standing there. Then there was the rock. I put it on my desk, figuring I'd clean it and maybe keep it as a paperweight, but twice I threw it out. Once in the trash bin outside, once off a bridge near a river trail. Both times, I found it back in my house the next morning, sitting on my desk, like it never left. I really started to panic. I looked up the area that I'd camped in, tried to find any local legends, any history, anything. But the only thing I found was a handful of vague forums, posts about a burial ridge used by indigenous people long before the area was mapped. No official records, just rumors. At a certain point, I stopped sleeping. I see movement in the reflection of my TV screen, hear the same zipper sound right outside my bedroom window. I finally hit a point where I knew I had to do something, so I went back. I drove 6 hours, hiked another 4 miles with that cursed thing in my pack, found the same ridge, the same tree, the same patch of earth where I first picked it up. I didn't bury it. I left it sitting in the open, right where I'd found it. I apologized, out loud. I said I was sorry. I shouldn't have taken it. I'm leaving it here to please let me go home. The wind actually kicked up right after I said it. It was weird, like a warning. But then it was just stillness. I waited and nothing happened, so I left. That was 9 months ago. Since then, everything's been normal. Lights work, no more 3:17 wake-ups, and my cat sleeps in the bedroom again. I don't know what that rock was, and I don't know what I disturbed, but I've learned something. The woods don't always want to be shared. And if you ever feel like taking something home with you, don't. Some things just aren't meant to be carried, I guess. I was a 90s kid. My hometown is really small, and there wasn't a lot to do there. We had one park and one roller rink that everyone went to, and the roller rink closed in '92 when I was only 6. By the time I turned 12, it was just an abandoned building that teenagers used to hang out. One of my friends lived across the street, so we would wait for the teens to leave and raid the place for any stashed alcohol. We rarely had any luck, but one night we found a pint of whiskey with a little bit left in the bottle. There was enough for all three of us to take a couple sips. It gave us a pretty good buzz, so we hung out for a while and kept looking around. There were no skates left behind the counter, but we found an old newspaper from when the rink closed down. We were so young when it happened that we never knew the reason. I'd always assumed it was just out of business, but apparently a kid died there. The article called it a tragic accident, but didn't give many details. Just that a young boy fell victim to a terrible accident and that the family was filing a wrongful death suit. We couldn't exactly look up the details online back then, so we asked our parents the next morning. Most were reluctant to talk about it, but we eventually got most of the details. In those days, parents either dropped their kids off or socialized with one another instead of supervising their kids. They counted on the rink employees for that, even though the business never had someone specifically responsible for watching skaters. I guess that's just 90s living for you. Anyway, a group of older kids started trying to do crazy tricks with younger ones, lifting them up, spinning in circles, all kinds of stunts they probably saw on TV. Someone ended up swinging a little boy too close to the cement wall and cracked the kid's skull open. It hit the worst possible way. The boy didn't survive. My friends and I were obsessed over the story to the point that we decided to hold a seance. That weekend, we snuck back into the rink, lit some candles, and tried to call forth the spirits of the little boy. Fun fact, we also used an old fishbowl as our crystal ball, like we weren't being that serious about it. I don't think any of us actually expected something to happen. And at first, nothing did. We moaned and groaned and summoned until we got bored, and then we searched for more booze. A few minutes into it, music started playing. It wasn't like someone with a radio. It sounded like it was playing from the speakers. Only the speakers were looted ages ago. There was nothing valuable left. All the electronic wires and copper, long gone. Yet somehow we had a radio playing on surround sound. We looked everywhere for the source, but we couldn't find anything. Then the DJ said something about Death Becomes Her, opening in theaters that week. Only that movie came out years before. Turns out it was actually the summer of '92, but we didn't know that offhand. Anywho, the more we listened, the more we realized everything was outdated. There was also an announcement for a Sears that opened back then too. If you want to talk logical explanation, someone would have needed to have a recording of that old broadcast and invisible speakers. So what the hell? And I can't think of an explanation at all for the next part. We were a little freaked out, but we didn't get really scared until the noises started. Like a bunch of people were skating. It wasn't playing through whatever the music was. This was coming from the actual rink. It was literally in the room with us. There was a hint of laughter in the air before a loud smack and a symphony of people screaming and panicking. To get out, we had to run straight through the chaos. One of my friends fell near the wall, said it felt like she tripped over something. Obviously, nothing was there, but she was sure that her foot kicked something. Once we got outside, all the noise stopped, including the music. It was like someone hit a switch. We lingered for a minute, trying to convince one another to go back inside, get the supplies, but none of us did. Eventually, we made our way back to my friend's house, and that was that. Over the following weeks, we watched the older kids come and go with no problem, but it was years before we went back inside ourselves. We never had another experience like that, but in 10th grade, one of my friends told me that her and a group of kids got scared out of there because of a sudden loud banging noise. They'd just been standing near that concrete wall when it happened. They thought someone had thrown something at them, but nothing was there. My senior year, they turned that place into a gym. After that, it was a restaurant, and today, it's an empty lot. My friend's family moved after COVID, so I don't know who lives in that house across the street anymore. I wish I did. I wouldn't mind asking if they hear strange noises at night. I was probably around 11 or 12 when this happened. Just old enough to start feeling too old to be scared of the dark, but young enough that a certain shadow could ruin my whole night. It was late. I don't remember what time exactly, just that everything was quiet. I knew it well. The middle of the night kind of quiet, where it almost felt like a dream. Usually waking up needing to pee, like I did this night. Bad. I got up, rubbed the sleep from my eyes, and padded down the hall barefoot. Our bathroom was across the kitchen, and as I rounded the corner, I stopped dead in my tracks. The door was open just enough to see inside. The light wasn't on, but there was just enough glow from the hallway nightlight to make out the silhouette of someone sitting in the bathroom, maybe on the bathtub. A woman. She was sitting there, completely still, hands in her lap, and I swear to God, she turned and looked right at me. Just her head, like it was on a swivel. I didn't scream. I didn't even run. I just stood there frozen, half asleep, convinced I must be looking at my mom. That had to be it, right? Maybe she didn't turn the light on. Maybe she was just sitting in the dark like a total weirdo. Moms do weird stuff sometimes. But then I glanced down the hall at my parents' bedroom door. It was wide open. Something about that felt wrong, like I wasn't supposed to see that. I crept toward their room, every step making my skin crawl a little bit more. I peeked in. My mom was there, completely knocked out, asleep in bed. That's when the fear really hit. This creeping, icy dread climbed up the back of my neck and settled behind my ears. I remember whispering, "No," under my breath, and turning around so fast I nearly slipped on the hardwood. But the problem was, I still had to pee, so I sprinted to the other bathroom, the one connected to the guest room. I slammed the door, locked it, did my business while staring at the crack beneath the door, half expecting to see 2 feet standing outside. When I finally built up the courage to come back out, the hallway was empty. The bathroom door that I had seen her in, it was still open, still dark, but she was gone. I've never forgotten that night. Never forgot the way she looked at me, if you could even call it looking. There were no real features to speak of, just darkness in the shape of a woman, and the heavy, awful feeling that I had walked in on something I wasn't supposed to see. I inherited a laundromat that I didn't want. Uncle Ray passed away in February. Quiet guy, never married, no kids. The man who never showed up to a family function, but always sent birthday cards with a crisp 20 inside. All I really knew about him was that he ran this 24-hour laundromat just off the interstate and didn't trust banks. So when the attorney told me that he'd left the whole thing to me, including the land, I figured that I'd drive down, look it over, and probably sell it. I wasn't expecting the place to still be open. It was just past 11 p.m. when I pulled into the gravel lot. A fluorescent open sign was still buzzing in the window, and 2 of the machines were spinning inside. I walked in and was hit with that familiar detergent and metal smell, like heat and soap and something slightly burnt. The air was dry, and there was no one behind the counter, no customers, just the hum of old appliances doing their thing. There's a long mirror across the back wall, and I caught my own reflection. Half-lit, road-tired, and deeply uncomfortable. I don't know why, but the place felt homey and eerie. I hit the bell on the front counter. No answer. And that's when I noticed a dryer in the back corner. Number 6. A different model than the others. Slightly rounder, older, almost retro. All the others were beige, but this one was steel gray with flaking red letters. The door had a tiny dent in it, like someone had kicked it in, and unlike the rest, it had no coin slot. Just a faded yellow sticker that read, "Do not use, not in service." It was the only dryer making noise. I walked over, expecting to see it rattling or glitching, but no, it was running smoothly. A soft thump, thump, thump sound came from inside, like something was rolling around. It wasn't plugged in. How is that possible? I opened it and it stopped instantly. Inside was an old towel. It was blackened and burned on one edge, like it had been left too close to the space heater. The moment I touched it, the lights flickered twice, and then stabilized. I backed away and let the towel fall to the floor. That was the first night there. Over the next 2 weeks, weird stuff started happening. The cameras that I had installed for insurance kept cutting out between 2 and 3 a.m. The same machines would spin, washers 4 and 7 and dryer 6, when no one was in the building. I had a buddy who's an electrician. He looked at the wiring. He said the panel behind the dryer was wrong. When I asked what he meant, he just said that it didn't connect to the rest of the system. Said it looked patched into something older. I was staying in the little manager's office upstairs. One night I was jolted awake by what sounded like screaming. Muffled. I ran downstairs with a bat, thinking maybe a homeless person had broken in or gotten stuck. The door was locked. No windows open, but dryer 6 was running again. Something inside of it was banging against the door inside, like fists, loud, desperate. I opened it. It was empty. No towels, nothing, just a faint burning smell and a warm trail of water pooling onto the floor. I don't scare easy, but I called my sister at 3 a.m. that night. I told her that I was thinking of settling everything as is. 2 days before I had someone lined up to come appraise the property, I found a box of receipts and logs in the storage closet, handwritten, going all the way back to 1978. My uncle had recorded every incident that had ever occurred in the laundromat. Mostly boring stuff, but near the back was a page titled, "The Fire, October 13th, 1983. I didn't know about the fire. Apparently, a local woman, single mom, worked nights, had fallen asleep waiting for her clothes to dry. Her 5-year-old daughter was with her. The wiring caught fire in the back. The place went up fast. They only ever found the mother. The girl was presumed dead, though her remains were never located. The report ended with, dryer 6 was the ignition point. Manufacturer claims they never made a model matching its description." I think Uncle Ray knew about the weirdness. I think he kept the laundromat running because it kept something contained. Like it was a prison cell that only worked if people were still using the other machines, feeding it quarters and cycles and time. I think the girl never left, or if she did, something else took her place. I often see dryer 6 spinning. I'm never surprised, but sometimes when I open it, I see that burned towel back inside. I don't even know if it's the same one or how it gets in there. Probably time to get rid of this thing, but from what I've read, I think Uncle Ray tried that already. I'm tempted to keep things exactly as they are, I've already inherited this laundromat I didn't want. I don't want to inherit some bad luck by messing things up or changing things. So, I guess it just stays for now. When I was 6, I slept in a bunk bed in a room all by myself. The bottom bunk was supposed to be my younger brother's, but he refused to sleep in there. Said it felt weird, didn't like being alone, even though we shared a wall with our parents' room. So for a while, that room was mine alone. This night stands out clearer than most childhood memories. I remember the air in the room feeling colder than usual when I first laid down. Not freezing, just off, stale. It was cold, like it was clinging to my skin, like walking into a basement that hasn't been lit for years. But then, just as I started to drift off, everything changed. It got hot, suddenly and without warning, like someone had turned on a space heater directly under my blanket. I started breathing heavily, my chest rising too fast, like I couldn't get a full breath. Looking back now, possibly it was a night terror, some kind of sleep paralysis, but at the time, it was real, and I just felt scared. My eyes snapped open. The room looked the same, still, quiet. The soft glow from my nightlight sat in the corner, casting a warm halo across the floor. That little light had always been my comfort. It helped me fall asleep when the shadows felt too big. That night, it almost worked again. Almost. I had just started to let my eyes close again when I felt something. A heavy hand, warm and deliberate, resting on my shoulder. Not just a breeze or a twitch of a muscle. This was contact. Like someone was sitting beside me, gently petting my shoulder as if to comfort me. I shot upright, my heart pounding. Nobody was there. The room was empty. The door was still closed. I looked down at the bottom bunk, also empty, just as it always was. I told myself it was nothing. I laid back down, pulled the blanket up to my chin, and the petting started again. Same hand, same spot, firm, slow, like a mother soothing a child back to sleep. But it wasn't my mom. I knew it wasn't my mom. She never came into my room at night without me waking up to her voice or the sound of the door creaking open. Still, I told myself it had to be her. I squeezed my eyes shut and buried my head under the blanket. That became my routine. For the next 12 years, I slept with my head under the covers. I couldn't fall asleep any other way, even when I moved bedrooms. I never told my mom about it until much later. When I finally did, her reaction, well, it made sense. She nodded slowly and said, "That doesn't surprise me." Apparently, a woman had passed away in that apartment before we moved in. The landlord hadn't said much, just that she'd lived there alone for years and died peacefully in her sleep. Apparently, my mom had experiences of her own, and she always believed that it was her. She told me she likely wasn't trying to scare me. Maybe she was just trying to comfort a child the way that she used to in her life. Maybe. But to this day, I don't think I'll ever forget the way that hand felt. Warm, heavy, real, and definitely not mine. I work in a cemetery. It's not quite as creepy as people think, most of the time. During the day, it's actually kind of peaceful, quiet, calm, as you can imagine. You get used to the stillness, the routine. But there are moments, usually when the sun goes down, where it feels different. One evening, I stayed late to catch up on some work. The office had cleared out by then, and I had locked up the main gates myself. I was alone on the property. It was getting dark, but I wasn't far from the entrance, and I figured I'd only be another 15 minutes or so. I was inside the small showroom we used to display headstones and granite samples. It's this modest little structure tucked off the main path. It's surrounded by rows of flat stones and newer monuments. Inside, it's got this clean but sterile feel. White walls, polished floors, and a short hallway that leads to a heavy basement door. I was standing there near the front counter, taking pictures of some granite options with my phone to save for a client. And that's when I heard something loud. Slam. The unmistakable sound of the basement door flying open and slamming shut. It echoed through the building. Then, footsteps. Slow, heavy ones, heading down the stairs. I froze. Every hair on my arm stood straight up. My first thought was that someone had come back in. Maybe someone from maintenance had forgotten something and used their key. But I was sure I'd locked up. I even double-checked the doors earlier, like I always do when I'm alone. Still, I called out, trying to sound casual. "Hello? Maintenance?" No reply. Just silence. That silence stretched on for too long. I waited, strained to hear anything. But there were no footsteps coming back up. No shuffling, no voice. Just the hum of the overhead lights and the creaking of the building settling. And yet, I knew what I'd just heard. That door doesn't just open on its own. It's old and heavy. You have to pull it. I stood there for maybe another minute, completely still. After waiting and hearing nothing, I figured a really strong draft, a heavy vibration from something outside. But I'd heard footsteps. Eventually, I worked up the nerve to check it out. I grabbed the flashlight from the front desk just in case and crept over to the basement door. It was shut, just like before. I slowly opened it, the hinges groaning slightly. I peered down into the stairwell. The light was already on. The concrete steps stretched downward to the same old unfinished space, the one we used for storage. No movement, no sound. I went down the steps, scanned the area. Empty. I checked the back doors, still locked. All the windows were latched. I was completely alone. I didn't stay much longer. I finished what I needed to do and got out of there pretty fast. I didn't want to explain to anyone why I was spooked, because it felt ridiculous. But I know what I heard. The basement door opened. It slammed shut, and someone or something walked down those stairs. There was no one else in that building, though. At least no one I could see. In the early 2000s, I cleaned houses for rich people in one of those super bougie gated communities. I thought that they would all be newly built, look at my charmed life type places, but that was most certainly not the case. One of those houses was straight up haunted, and nothing will ever convince me otherwise. Most of the time I cleaned when no one was home. When they were home, they avoided me because God forbid you socialize with the help. I'm not complaining. 99% of the time, that's how I preferred it. Let me do my job and get out. I got things to do. But this one house, man, this one house. I would sit a rag in the middle of the table and come back to find it several feet away on the floor. I'd hear footsteps running past me when no one was there. I almost quit so many times, but I really needed the money. Really needed it. Instead, I perfected my routine, made sure that I was out of there in under an hour. One day, I ran into the kid's nanny. She had to come back for something the older boy had forgotten. I was having a particularly hard day with the house, so I asked her point blank, "What's up with this place?" I couldn't possibly be the only one experiencing the insanity. Apparently, this was a murder-suicide house. Wife wanted to leave the husband. Husband was all over my dead body. He killed his wife and 5-year-old before himself. So yeah, I'd say that pretty much explains it. Once the nanny left, I deeply regretted asking. It made every random noise and stray footsteps that much worse. I especially hated when they pulled the doors out of my hand. I'd try to open one, and it would slam shut, locking me in whatever room I was cleaning. Then one day I was working in the master bedroom. There was a fancy full-length mirror in the corner. I sprayed it down, and when I started wiping it, there was a black silhouette standing behind me. Of course, I turned around to see nothing. When I looked back in the mirror, nothing again. I finished cleaning as fast as I could, always keeping an eye on my surroundings. And then I saw my face. It was different. That was not me. It wasn't even matching my movements. It was like some other woman's face was spliced over mine. I screamed. Thank God no one else was home, because I wasn't prepared to deal with explanations. Not at that moment. I grabbed my stuff and ran out. I was so poor that I had to keep working there for another 6 months before I could afford to quit. But from that day on, I brought my sister with me for backup. We still experienced a bunch of unusual stuff, but I'm eternally grateful I never saw that figure or that woman's face again. I'll never forget any of it for as long as I live. And people can call me crazy, whatever they want, but I'll go to my grave knowing that shit was real. Historically, I've never been the superstitious type. I'm more the kind of person who reads way too many articles about baby monitors getting hacked and electrical faults being more common than ghost stories. So, believe me when I say I've tried to explain this every way before I let myself consider what's maybe really going on. My daughter was born last fall. First kid. Life's been chaos in the best way. Sleepless, loud, overwhelming, but beautiful. We live in a rental house just outside of Richmond, Virginia. Quiet neighborhood, good bones, nothing strange or creepy. At least, not at first. It started with the lights, the ones in the nursery specifically. It's one of those dimmable ones, smart bulb types that's connected to an app on my phone. I always leave it on a little low glow overnight, just enough to check on the baby without waking her. But around the 3-month mark, I started waking up to the nursery light, fully on, bright enough to wake a person, let alone a newborn. I thought maybe I was accidentally tapping the app in my sleep or setting a timer by mistake. I double-checked everything, reset the bulb, changed the routine. It still kept happening. Then the monitor started acting up, not in a technical way. No static, no disconnects, just weird sounds. Not crying or cooing, just silence followed by soft creaking, like the rocking chair was moving. The worst night was about 2 weeks ago. Sometime in the middle of the night, I got the alert that the light had turned on. I sighed, got up, and went to check the app, but before I could, the monitor lit up. There she was, my daughter, lying still in her crib, not crying or moving, just staring directly at the corner of the room. In the rocking chair, it was moving, slow, gentle, back and forth, like someone was rocking an invisible baby. I froze. I was almost too scared to walk in. I've never been scared to check on my own child before, but something about the way she was watching that corner made my stomach drop. When I finally worked up the nerve, I walked in. The chair was still. The light was still bright. My daughter blinked and looked at me like nothing had happened. While I stood there, I swear to God, I heard a faint lullaby. a humming sound, soft and off-key, coming from the wall behind the crib. I told my husband. He sort of thought that I was losing it, but I moved the crib to the other side of the room the next day, and I feel better. The light hasn't turned on since, but now, sometimes, I catch my daughter staring toward that same corner, smiling, and I don't love it. I've been collecting and working with haunted dolls for 7 years now. I've had so many things happen. Even just last night, one of the spirits turned my lamp on and then off, but others have opened and closed my door. My downstairs door shuts every night at the same time. Every night I hear knocks and footsteps, and our toilet seat is slammed down a couple of times. I talk with them through a spirit box, and I've also had them touch motion-censored cat toys and turn on the flashing lights during our sessions. I've been selling them as well for almost 3 years now. There are so many different types. The positive, negative, and even non-human types, although those are incredibly rare. It's never a dull moment here. The non-human entities are much stronger, much more intelligent. They also behave in very negative ways, causing fear, depression, anger. Initially, they'll be drawn to these emotions, and then they will feed off of them and grow stronger, causing more of these emotions. Look for the intent on the activity. Do you feel extremely fearful? Do you feel like they're intelligent? You could tell their intelligence and strength by how and what objects they can move. If they're big objects, that takes a lot of energy. Human entities would only be able to do such things occasionally, and for a reason, as this drains them. I'd look for any marks on the body. Scratches, especially in 3s, are a good indicator. Anything in 3s is a mocking of the Trinity. Activity happening at 3 a.m., 3 scratches, 3 knocks, etc. If one of these examples are happening, watch to see if any other examples follow or apply. When I worked with a demonic entity, they would present in ways that terrified me the most. They also tricked me by mimicking my partner's voice in another room. I woke up with scratches, horrible nightmares, physically ill. When I left the house, I felt so much better. I lived in a boarding house during my last year of college. One of those old Victorian homes turned into separate rental units. It was cheap, which should have been my first red flag. There were 5 of us in that house, all students, and the landlady, Miss Evelyn, who lived in the basement unit. She was ancient, nice but quiet, and very particular about the house rules. Mostly normal stuff. No parties, no candles, and no guests after midnight. And one big one. Do not enter the locked room upstairs. The house had 6 bedrooms. 5 were rented. The 6th door was at the very end of the hallway, right past mine, always locked. Heavy old wood, big brass knob, no sign or number. I thought maybe it was a storage unit, but I always had this feeling when I walked past it, like the air was colder. A couple of us joked about it once. One of the other tenants, Sean, said that he tried the handle one night just to see. The next day, Miss Evelyn told him that she'd evict him if he ever touched it again. No warning, no smile. Things started getting weird about 2 months in for me. I'd hear noises at night, soft thuds, shuffling. Once or twice, a dragging sound, like furniture scraping across hardwood, always from behind that door. One night I was up late studying and heard whispering. I couldn't make out the words, just a low, steady murmur from the other side of the wall. I pressed my ear to the door. The whispering stopped. Then something tapped. 3 slow knocks, I didn't sleep much that night. The next morning, I asked Miss Evelyn about it. She smiled like I'd told her a knock-knock joke. She said, "That room doesn't like attention." And then she just walked away. I started avoiding the end of the hallway, kept my headphones in, stayed out later just to dodge the creepy sense of dread that seemed to leak out of that locked room. But then came the night that I heard my voice. I'd just gotten into bed. My door was shut, the house was quiet, and from the other side of the wall, faint, muffled, I heard my own voice whisper, "Hey, it's me. Hey, it's me." It wasn't just similar. It was exact. The cadence, the tone, like someone had recorded me and was playing it back. I wanted to believe that I'd imagined it, but I know what I heard. I moved out 2 weeks later, broke my lease. Evelyn didn't fight me on it. She just handed me my deposit and said, "The house is easy when it's quiet." This happened a couple of years ago. It still makes me hesitate before opening the bathroom door at night, which is why I tend to just keep it open. The backstory. I grew up in this house. My parents passed it down to me after they moved to Florida. It's nothing fancy, just a split level with creaky floors, a bathroom that never quite feels warm, no matter how long the shower runs. That bathroom, by the way, has always been off. Even when I was a kid, it had this heaviness to it, like the air inside was a little thicker, maybe a little colder. But you chalk that stuff up to bad vent or poor insulation, you move on. Anyway, it was about 2 a.m. I'd just gotten back from a business trip, dead tired, jet-lagged, stomach still on Pacific time. I got up to pee, half asleep, lights off, just enough moonlight spilling through the window to navigate. I pushed open the bathroom door without turning on the light. I do this a lot. But this time, someone was sitting there, just sitting on the closed toilet lid, with their back facing me. At first, I thought it was just a trick of my eyes. Maybe I'd set something there and forgot. Maybe my brain was still foggy, but no, there was a figure there. Shoulders, hair, even the faint outline of hands resting on their knees. A woman, still as stone. I didn't say anything, I just stared. She slowly turned her head, but not all the way. Just enough that I could see the side of her face. But there was no face. No eyes, no mouth, no nose. Just this blank, empty stretch of skin. I must have hit the light switch without realizing it because the room flooded with light all of a sudden, and she was gone. Completely. No sound, no movement. It was just me standing there with my heart pounding like I'd sprinted up a flight of stairs. I checked the whole house. Every door was still locked, alarm was set, nothing disturbed. But I didn't sleep the rest of that night. What really gets me is the fact that I didn't really feel afraid at first, not until she turned. There was something familiar about her posture, like I'd seen her before. But here's the kicker. The next morning, while I was trying to convince myself it was all a dream, I went back into the bathroom, and I found the toilet seat down. I live alone. I never put the seat down. It's been 2 years. I still live here. But I find myself not using that bathroom as much. I guess I'm afraid of seeing her again. Maybe even realizing I recognize her or something. I don't know. It still messes with me. I love dolls. I collect them. Personally, in regards to my own dolls, I've never been afraid of any of them. It's quite the contrary. They're my plastic, vinyl, resin angels, and they make me feel more at home than not having them around. That being said, I saw this one antique doll in a junk shop that gave me shivers. She was a composite doll, probably from the 30s or 40s. She was very pretty, but you could see her age. She had tiny cracks all over her. The guy who owned the shop loved dolls, and he knew that I loved dolls. He was closing up the shop, and he said she wanted me to have her. But I was like, thanks, but no thanks. There was just something wrong about that doll. Some vibe that she gave off that told me not to go there. I refused to even touch her, let alone take her. Interestingly enough, he wasn't offended by my refusal. In fact, he seemed to approve of my decision not to take her home. I don't think he wanted me to have her so much as he wanted to see what I'd do if he offered her to me. I do think he would have let me take her, but sometimes I wonder what the man's motives really were in offering me that particular doll. I almost felt like it was some kind of weird test, and I somehow passed it. I know it doesn't really make any sense, but that's how it felt at the time. My aunt recently passed away, and our family is pretty small, so I helped my cousin pack up her belongings. She had an extensive antique doll collection, a few of which were insanely creepy. One in particular gave me chills when I first saw it. The doll was over a foot tall when standing upright. Its face paint was so faded that it looked like war paint, and you could see the staples protruding from under its thinning red hair. It was like a 50s version of Chucky. As a lifelong horror fan, it seemed blasphemous not to keep it. I put it on my bedroom dresser and mostly forgot about it until it started moving. It was subtle at first. Its arms or legs would be sitting differently, but I assumed I was bumping it when I used the dresser. Eventually, I came home to find it on the floor. It had been sitting against the wall at the back of the dresser, and there were other things sitting between it and the edge, but nothing else was disturbed. I put it back in place only to find it on the floor again a few days later. Not long after that, I saw its head move in my peripheral vision. But then I thought I was just making myself paranoid, so I put it in my closet for the time being. After another few nights, I woke up to find it lying on the floor between the closet and the bed. I don't have any pets, and I live alone. How the hell did it get out? I didn't care about the doll anymore, about keeping it. I just wanted it out of my house. When I tried to pick it up, it felt alive. I really don't know how else to describe it. There's a difference between picking up a toy or something like a kitten, even if it doesn't move around while you're holding it. I got so freaked out that I dropped it back on the floor. It landed on its back, looking up at me, and its eyes gleamed. There was moisture in them, but only for a second. Then it stiffened, and when I picked it back up, it felt like a normal doll again. Just throwing it away wasn't good enough anymore. I wanted to put it in a box and throw it into a river, but I had to get to work. All I could do for the moment was throw it in a drawer and deal with it that afternoon. I even bought a lockbox on my lunch break. At home, I could hear the smoke alarms as I pulled into the driveway. I was hit by a cloud of smoke the moment I opened the door. The dresser was on fire, and the wall was catching as I rushed in with the extinguisher. All of my clothes were ruined, and the dresser was destroyed. The wall, floor, and ceiling, they all had to be repaired, and insurance paid for none of it due to the accident's suspicious nature. It's not like I could tell them what really happened, and I certainly don't know how to fake an electrical fire. Maybe I should have thrown a candle in there. Who knows? The doll wasn't so much as scorched, and I swear it smiled at me when I picked it up out of the ashes. I wasn't sleeping in the same house with that thing, not for another night. I threw it into the lockbox and drove over an hour to a bridge on the Ohio River, where I threw it into the water.
I didn't leave until it was completely submerged. Whether it sank to the bottom or just got carried downstream, I'll never see that thing again. I'll probably never be able to watch Chucky again either, but at least it's over now. That was 3 weeks ago, and I haven't had any problems since, except for the nightmares and random whiffs of something burning, but I imagine those will take some time.
I'm sure a lot of kids, or at least some kids, found their grandparents' house a little creepy. Am I reaching? I could be, but I'll tell you about my grandparents' house and my experience there, which involved my sister, my cousins. So that makes at least 3 people I know, myself and them, who share my feelings about a creepy grandparents' house. First things first, my grandparents, Nonnie and Poppy, were very old. Their home was very old. They were lovely, even throughout their passing, which was less than a month apart from one another. Rest in peace to both of them. So they were very loved. Their home was a source of a lot of great family memories, but it was haunted. And because it was haunted, or because something within that home was charged, as Aunt Peg used to say, it houses some other memories too. My parents would often drop us off with them for a weekend or two throughout the year, and in the summertime, me, my sister, and my cousins would stay for a couple of weeks. The first time I ever experienced something, and every time since, was while staying in our mom's old room. It was in the back right corner of their Rambler-style home, Aunt Peg's old room across the hall. I was young, but I know my sister and I were both in school, so couldn't have been younger than 7 at the time. It was just the 2 of us this time, and I'd been having trouble falling asleep, while my sister seemed to pass out instantly. Mom's room now had the old TV from the living room in it, as our parents bought them a new fancy one for Christmas. I'd always liked falling asleep with the TV on at home, so here it was no different. A welcome change. I was familiar enough with the TV that I knew I didn't have a remote for it. I was stuck changing the channels from the knob, same with turning it on or off. I'd picked a channel which connected to the VHS. Since Lion King was already in there, I remember just letting it play. I hadn't fallen asleep, not even close, but I was back in my bunk when I heard the TV shut off. Not only was it the obvious sound of something playing and the familiar buzz of the TV ceasing completely, but the glow from the TV was gone. Had it not been for the hallway light, I would have been in total darkness. It wasn't the TV turning off that scared me, not really. But as I laid there trying to figure out if I was going to turn it back on, something caught my attention. The light from the hallway quickly cut out, as if someone had penetrated the doorway just for a moment. By the time I focused on the doorway, there was nothing there. Sitting up, though, I investigated further by looking around the whole room. I had the top bunk in this sleeping arrangement while my sister slept in the bottom. As I started to look around the room, I thought I saw nothing of real concern. And then I got to the TV. It was still off, housing the reflection of the entire room, but something wasn't right. I could see on the TV that everything was where it should be, everything except for the shadow being standing underneath my bed. I didn't realize how afraid I should be, so I took my gaze away to pop my head down and look at my sister's bed. She was sleeping soundly, and there was no shadow. Still, looking back up at the TV, there it was, a shadow that didn't belong. I decided I didn't need the TV, and I tried to ignore it, turning towards the wall and closing my eyes in an attempt to fall asleep. Only moments later, I hear the sound of the TV being turned on. It's startling, and I jolt up to confirm it's been turned on. It wasn't on a channel, though. It was just a fuzzy static screen, but the static was getting louder. I was going to have to leave my bed and handle the TV, but I felt so frozen. Almost sure I wouldn't be able to do it, but I had to. The sound was going to wake up the whole house. I jumped down the ladder, feet hit the floor, and the TV turned off. I look up at the TV, and there's a shadow just behind my right shoulder. I can't hear anything or feel anything, but the image alone makes me want to scream. I consider swinging around, punching and kicking, but what if this time it was my sister? Instead, I spun around, fully expecting the shadow to not be there, just like last time. Only this time, it was there. An endless black mass, about as tall as me. No eyes, no face, no distinguishable features at all. Before I could even scream, it suddenly passed through me, leaving my chest with an intense, cold pain. It felt like my torso was experiencing brain freeze. It hurt, but only for a moment. As much as I wanted to turn on the lights, the ladder was closer. I jumped up, dove under the covers. I had no idea what had just shot through my body, but I felt like I couldn't breathe. I don't think I got more than a couple of hours of sleep. It was this odd in and out of sleep, and it kept me exhausted, like when I had the flu. I remember the next morning being afraid to tell anyone about what I had seen. I kept the image to myself, and intentionally slept in the living room that night, after my grandparents retreated to bed. I almost felt sorry for leaving my sister in the room, but she didn't really seem to have been bothered the same way I was bothered, so I reasoned with myself that it was okay. Suddenly, I heard screaming. It was coming from my mom's old room, and it was my sister. I wasn't the first one awoken by her screams. I saw Nani walking toward the room. She didn't even see me on the couch. I contemplated just staying where I was. Somehow I knew it was going to be the figure on the TV. My sister was crying, screaming. Then she started calling for me to come help her. I was forced to move, and I ran into the room. My sister was sitting outside of her bed, on the floor, full of tears, crying about a shadow that woke her up by touching her face. She said that she called for me. I don't even think that Nani knew what my sister was talking about. She continued to try to console her into a less amped-up state. Once my sister calmed down, I started to crawl into the top bunk, took my position there. Clearly, I couldn't just leave her again. And that was that. An event my little sister barely remembers, but I remember it super clearly. The next time I encountered this figure was in the same room, less than a year later, as it would have been the summer versus the holidays. Our cousins were there, staying in Aunt Peg's old room. Since my cousin Shelby and I are around the same age, we made our younger siblings sleep together in Aunt Peg's room, while we took over Mom's old room with the TV. Most of the night we were playing card games and any board games that we could find for 2 players. But eventually, we'd have to go to sleep. And I hadn't forgotten about the last time I was there. But somehow, I felt more brave or maybe safe with Shelby being there. Only thing was, Shelby wanted the top bunk, which would put me on the bottom. I didn't want to seem like a wuss, so I agreed. I almost made it a full night without getting scared. I kept telling myself that I wouldn't experience the same thing twice, because it was probably a nightmare. Technically, I didn't experience the same thing. But I saw the shadow. I don't know what woke me up exactly, but I suspect it was the TV turning off. Or I suspect it was something similar that happened to my sister. I was suddenly awakened, and I could see a dark shadow, and a piece of its shadowy self reaching towards my face. But I didn't feel like screaming. I just felt like being perfectly still. But I must have made some sort of noise as I heard Shelby whisper my name from the top bunk. Remembering the last time, how I'd said nothing, how I'd turned to face it. I didn't want the same thing to happen to me, but I didn't know how to prevent it. So I just called back up to her, and it felt good to use my voice. But it felt bad that this shadow was still above me. It's like I couldn't even focus on what else she was saying, because this all-consuming energy It was over me, and I was freezing. Without moving, I watched as Shelby jumped down the ladder in a familiar routine, but she ran for the light. The shadow either disappeared just before or just as she switched the light on. But Shelby had seen it. She basically had my exact experience from the first, except she was smart enough to just run away from the shadow instead of facing it. With the lights on, Shelby came running back towards my bunk. She was almost crying as she tried to tell me what she'd seen. I asked her before she could even get the words out, "Did you see the shadow?" Her eyes widened. She shook her head. Even though I'd been really scared, I felt like I needed to help Shelby because she seemed more scared. I told her it was okay. We decided to sleep on the floor of Aunt Peg's old room. The next morning, I didn't plan on saying anything, but Shelby was adamant, grilling Nani and Poppy the next morning. As she recounted her experience, I could see my little sister start to remember her own experience, but I watched it leave her face too. I backed Shelby up by saying that I'd seen the shadow. I told them all I'd seen it twice. Poppy laughed, which he did that a lot, saying that us kids sure had an imagination on us. Shelby squealed in frustration, stamped her feet, and declared that she wouldn't be staying in that room anymore. The rest of the week, the kids piled in one room, and oddly enough, no more shadows. These types of events would repeat themselves through the years, but as I got older, the shadow became less visible, so much so to the point where it was easy to dismiss it as a trick of the light, though truthfully, I never believed it to be a trick of the light. Instead, I was just happy that it was fleeting and short-lived. The reality is, when you experience something like this, I don't think it's as easy to dismiss anything anymore, and you're just destined to be a believer. Though I haven't seen the shadow since I was a child, the fact that it was there never left me. I'll try to convince my cousin to share her own experiences with the shadow, but even as adults, Shelby really doesn't like talking about it. I was told ghosts can still feel love, even after death. If that's true, then it's also true they can still feel hurt after death, too. When my dad died, I could sense his presence in the house. He was an Air Force colonel and a very serious person. The pictures I drew were always hung up on the refrigerator, but his interest in anything I did was uncomfortable and forced. It wasn't my gender he struggled to bond with, as he had no yearning in his soul for a son. He didn't want any kids. He didn't like kids, and though he wasn't mean to me, he was never kind. We didn't have the chance to develop a meaningful relationship before he passed. The only person in the world who could make my dad smile was my mom. They were madly in love and one another's best friend. On a cold December morning, 2 servicemen would knock on our door, handing my mom a folded American flag. One of the men would begin talking to my mom about an accident. Standing behind her, I make eye contact with the officer that's not speaking. His eyes were dry until he saw me. He quickly looked back down and any other direction that he could in a desperate attempt not to cry. I was old enough to know what they were talking about, but I was unable to comprehend that our lives as we knew it had just changed forever. I was able to finish off the school year with my friends and all the teachers that had dealt with me using kid gloves. Then, the following year, it was off to a new school with teachers who could care less about the circumstances that put me in their classroom, one that was already at max capacity. With our SBP, my mom was able to purchase a little home off the base, and she got a job at a gas station to make ends meet. I learned to wake myself up for breakfast and how to do my own laundry. I'd only see my mom after school near dinner time. To make extra money, she asked her boss to work double shifts. On those days, she'd still be at work when I'd catch the school bus. Laundry was a chore that I'd put off as long as I could during the week. Our washer and dryer was located in the basement down a set of creaky wooden steps. At the top of the steps was a white pull string. It turned on a single halogen bulb. The small source of light was the only option for illumination in that basement. It was barely enough to read the settings on the machine. A few times I'd open the door and reach for the string. Instead of it hanging at a reachable level, I would find the string tightly wrapped around the light fixture itself. Like someone had yanked the string down, and when it flew back up, it got tangled. The first time dealing with it, I resolved to prop the door open with a kitchen chair and go down with my basket of laundry. While I loaded the washing machine with my dirty clothes, I heard the chair that was holding the door open slide on the linoleum floor. The small rectangle of light that I was using is wiped over in black from left to right. The clothes in my hand were thrown, and I blindly ran up the wooden steps to the door. I found the railing and began using it to guide me up the stairs. Sliding my palm up the railing, I touch what feels like another hand. The sensation makes me fall backwards, and I almost fall down the steps, but I catch myself. I'm sure the neighbor could hear the scream I let out. I bounded up the last pair of steps and clawed at the wood until my fingers touched the brass door handle. That night, I waited for my mom to get home and untangle the string before I went down there to finish laundry. Even with the light on again, it was impossible for me to ignore the chills I was feeling down there. It was more common than not that I was home alone when the activity would ramp up. On a handful of incidents that my mom was home with me, we'd both hear pounding on the basement door. She insisted that it was old pipes making all that noise. Lying in bed one night, she was talking to me from the doorway, and we both heard her name be called from the living room, enough for her to pause what she was saying and take a step back from my room to look around the living room. The voice we heard sounded just like my dad's. It didn't scare us. The tone was so familiar. My mom was able to hold a state of bliss for a fraction of a second before becoming disillusioned by the impossibility of its reality. Leaning back into my room, she denied what we had heard, describing the sound as nothing more than a dog bark. Though I don't think it would have changed things if I told her this. What she didn't know was that I'd been hearing my dad's voice in the house prior to that incident. Things had been happening around the house while she was at work. I was secretly excited when we both heard her name be called. I was hoping that this was a chance to confide in her about everything that had been happening around the house while I was alone. However, her being so adamant about what we actually heard made me think that she would belittle whatever I told her, try to explain anything away. Just like how we heard her name in the living room. I heard my dad over my shoulder while I was doing homework at the kitchen table. The inquisitive, he used to give me while briefly inspecting my work in passing. It was his hint that I better recheck my answer. The first time it happened at the new house, the sound didn't register to me past redoing the math problem I was on. Adding the numbers on a second effort gave me a new answer that I'd replaced my previous equation with. After correcting the error in my work, that's when I remembered I was home alone. It made me feel melancholy, a rare memory that made me genuinely miss my dad. Early one morning before my mom left for work, she woke me up and told me not to use the bathroom sink until she got home. She was running late for work and one of her earrings had fallen down the drain. Lifting my hand out from under the covers, I gave her a thumbs up before falling back asleep. The next time I was woken up, it was by my alarm clock signifying the start of my morning routine before school, beginning with my visit to the restroom. When I sat down, I remembered what my mom told me earlier. At my height at the time, the counter of the sink is about neck level. After I got up, I walked over to the sink to see if my mom's earring was visible from the drain hole. Turns out, the earring was very easy to spot because it had somehow moved out of the drain pipe and was now resting in the bowl of the sink. I carefully reached in and pinched the small diamond tightly in between my fingers before pulling it out and setting it on the counter next to the matching one. The presence of my dad was always felt through little things like that. The first day we moved into our house, my mom was grieving. Unpacking boxes from the moving truck was a slow process, one that she undertook on her own. If there were boxes I could carry, I did my best, but the responsibility of unpacking rested solely on her and the allotted time that we had with the rented moving truck. When the last box was inside, we dropped off the truck and drove our car back to our new home. The front of our house only had street parking, but in those days there weren't a lot of cars congested on the road. We also had a designated spot with our address number written on the curb. It's dark, and as our headlights brighten up our parking spot, my mom applies pressure to the brakes before the car pulls into the spot. She's staring at something in front of the car. I have to take off my seatbelt and climb higher in my seat to get at her eye level, see what my mom's focusing on. In the shine of our headlights is a scroungy possum with 5 or 6 possum babies hanging off its back. The mom possum is frozen with its mouth open, staring at the headlights. This was probably the ugliest representation of God's creation, and the sight of it makes me laugh out loud. But my mom's response is to start crying. Her tears silenced my laughter, and she apologizes. Then she tells me that possums were my dad's favorite animal. Finally, she broke a smile under her tears, saying that she never knew why he loved those crazy creatures. Home alone, I'd regularly hear the distinct sound of our basement steps creaking, like someone was pacing up to the top of the stairs and then back down. Every time the footsteps would reach the top, I'd be filled with a growing sense of dread until the sound retreated again. That's when I began to understand that there was more than one spirit residing in this home. The spirit upstairs was separate from what stayed in the basement. Upstairs, the energy felt normal. When I sensed my dad in the room, it brought on a sense of security only a military father could give. Chairs would move and doors would open, but after believing it was him, those things became the same as saying "Love Dad" on a card. Whereas going into the basement felt like each step was submerged further into a stagnant flood of terror. 14 steps down into a damp, dark, windowless basement. When I'd find the pull string wrapped around the light bulb again, it would frustrate me to the point of calling my mom at her job. Phone calls like these were only reserved for emergencies, but as a terrified 9-year-old, in my eyes, her selfish act was an injustice that deserved acknowledgement. I made it a point to interrupt the greeting that she'd recite when the phone connected. I asked her if she was aware that she'd gotten the string for the basement light tangled on itself again. After a short pause, my mom admitted that she hadn't come home that day. Apparently, for the last few months, she'd been seeing a guy off and on from work. It had been over a year since my dad's passing by then, but I was still shocked to hear that she was dating again. That night, she came home early to discuss her new relationship with a man named Brian. The heartfelt plea that she made to obtain my well wishes enlightened me on what it was like to be lonely as an adult. We both cried during the conversation, but when she was done, I no longer had the arguments I'd compiled in preparation for our talk. We watched a movie together, and she joked with me in my doorway before I fell asleep. The whole time, I was happy for my mom, but her good news made me hesitant to talk about my loneliness and what I was dealing with there. Positive nights with my mom were rare, and I thought my news would ruin the mood. In the morning, my mom had breakfast ready for me and walked me to the bus. What used to be a regular morning routine became a cherished surprise. She'd be gone when I returned from school, and when I opened the front door, the cold gloom of an empty house was there to meet me again. It became normal for me not to see my mom for days at a time. The house was always stocked with food, and I never went without, but she was now splitting her hours thinner with the addition of Brian. At school, the kids started to make fun of me because my clothes were dirty. I would ignore doing laundry for weeks, just so I didn't have to go into the basement. Apparently, my hygiene became noticeable enough to warrant the attention of my vice principal, who pulled me into his office during recess to ask how Things were going at home. Not wanting to get my mom in trouble and have more unwanted attention on me, I lied and told him everything was joyful at my home. When he asked about my dirty clothes, my excuse was that our washing machine was broken, but we ordered a new one. It just arrived. I gave him the widest and brightest smile that I could muster, and with that, they let me go back out to recess. The children around me were always so ecstatic near the end of the day, in anticipation of the bell to ring and for everyone to file out of the classroom and go home. I felt the opposite. I would dread when the final bell would echo through the elementary school hallways, especially knowing I had to be dressed in a clean outfit when I showed up the next day, or risk the patience of an already concerned faculty. This meant that I had no choice but to go down into the basement that night to run a cycle of laundry. Gathering my clothes into a basket, I turned on every light in the house and unlaced an old pair of shoes. I tied the ends of the laces together to make one long rope. Then, I threaded it around a cabinet handle, tying it each time it came around. Then, after opening the basement door, I'd do the same thing to the door handle there, wrapping the lace around until it was tightly securing the door from closing on me while I was down there. I knew the string for the light would be tangled up in the fixture, not by a premonition, but by my discovery a week prior, it being the sole reason I didn't complete this task previously. I refused to go down there without being able to turn the light on, so this time I came prepared with a kitchen chair. It wobbled beneath my feet like an earthquake as it balanced above an ocean of black. To reach the light fixture, I had to push the legs of the chair right to the edge of the top step. I pull at the string and it unravels from itself and falls back down to where it belongs. I click the light on, then retrieve the basket holding my laundry. The basement was freezing, and my teeth chattered as I loaded the first basket of clothing into the washing machine. I was constantly looking over my shoulder, up to the door and in between the slats of the stairs while grabbing as many clothes as I could with each handful I loaded. On top of the dryers where I put a big box of detergent and a scoop I used to perfectly measure the amount I put in. The scoop was missing. When I saw that it wasn't within the general area or behind the box, I used my hands and did the best I could to estimate how much I was throwing into the machine. Nothing was going to keep me down there longer than I had to be. I quickly let the washer door slam into place. The harsh metallic noise always hurt my ears, but these washer and dryer units took more strength to fully close than new age models. They wouldn't start otherwise. I ran back upstairs as fast as I could, with the wicker basket in my hands. The feeling I was being pursued had struck me by the first step. Reaching the top, I threw the basket and tried to untie the knot that I had made with the shoelaces. As I freed the doorknob and the door closed, I was able to exhale. In order to be done for the night and prepared for school the next morning, I had to repeat this process 2 more times, once for a drying cycle, and a final time to bring the clothes upstairs. When I heard the washer stop, I brought a chair with me to the door, but the basement light was still on. I still made sure to tie the shoelaces tightly to the door handle before I went down to switch the load over. Then, with the same frantic urgency as before, I raced up the stairs, untangled the knot, and slammed the door. The drying cycle took longer than the wash did. During that time, I tried to distract myself by watching TV. It didn't work. I was all too aware of what I would have to do soon. When the final buzzer went off indicating the dryer had stopped, I must have been overly confident at how simple my first 2 trips had been. Pulling the chair up to the basement door again, I became even more confident when the light was still on. Then, I made a decision I would regret, with unwavering affirmation later. I didn't tie the shoelace around the doorknob, like I'd previously done. Instead, I thought I could retrieve my clothes quicker than the time it took to fasten the door open, ignoring my better judgments I slid the chair against the door and hustled down. The dryer is on the left of the washer and is positioned at an angle, making it difficult to clearly see the door. After I filled the basket, I turned around to see that the door had been closed. I hadn't heard the chair move or the hinges creak. Surely, in my heightened state of alertness, a noise like that would have been heard, and yet, with a basket full of laundry in my hands, I stood at the bottom of the basement steps, looking up at a closed door. Then I counted back from 3 in my head before running up the stairs. With a burst, I ran through the door into the kitchen, then threw the basket on the ground to catch my breath. But as the basket landed, I heard heavy thumps of footsteps climbing the stairs from behind me. I spun around and quickly slammed the basement door shut, then put my back against it with all my weight. There was an impact from the other side that almost knocked me forward. The door was pushed out about an inch before it slammed shut again. If I wasn't pressed against the door like I was, the hit would have swung the basement door wide open. That realization brought a wave of emotions that my adrenaline had been keeping at bay. They sunk me to the ground, and I sat, sobbing into my lap while still feeling the door getting pushed from the other side. There was a blanket inside the laundry basket that I could reach from where I was sitting. That night, I cried myself to sleep on the kitchen floor, wrapped in a blanket, pressed up against the basement door. Needless to say, I didn't get a lot of sleep that night. When I woke up that morning, I almost missed the bus. The alarm had been set up in my bedroom, and I couldn't hear it sleeping in the kitchen. I'm usually up before the sun, so at first, I wasn't sure about the glaring light focused perfectly on my eyelids. Registering that it must be the actual sun, I shot awake, looking directly at the clock on the stove. I had 10 minutes to get dressed and run a block to my bus stop. Now awake, I realized there was no sun. It still hadn't fully reached the horizon. I couldn't find any light source. Nothing that could have been shining a glare in the direction of my bed. This was the least of my concerns, though. I had to get going. As I dug through my fresh-smelling clothes in a sleepy haze, I was happy knowing what I'd gone through last night was worth it. Before leaving, I slid the kitchen table against the basement door, and within that 10 minutes, somehow managed to catch the bus. At school that day, I was tired and hungry, but nobody could say that I looked dirty. The week scrolled by without any extra anxiety added to my plate. The table stayed in front of the basement door, and I did my homework in the living room. The night my mom came home, I saw my dad's silhouette. It followed her when she left my room. When her shadow moved from the hallway wall, a second one trailed after. Then, my mom poked her head back into my room, asked about the kitchen table. I told her that I saw a big rat down there when I was doing laundry, that I didn't want it to come upstairs. My mom cringed and told me to leave the table where it was, and she'll handle it when she's off work early the next day. The look on my mom's face was the exact expression I wanted to see. When I said rat, her mouth opened and her eyes got wide. I thought what I did was the same as yelling fire when you're being abducted instead of just yelling. If I told her there was a demon in the basement, she wouldn't have been so ready to inspect every corner of said basement. And at least this way, she'd have to go down there, experiencing and feeling how creepy it was for herself. The next day, it's Saturday, and I watch my morning cartoons. As I pour my milk for my cereal, I see the spoons have already been set on the counter. When these small things happen, I always make sure to say, "Thanks, Dad." It was like he was being more attentive as a father in the afterlife than he ever was on Earth. When my mom arrived home, a second person accompanied her through the door. Standing beside my mother was an older gentleman. She introduced him as Brian. He looked much older compared to my mom, but my mom always looked young for her age. He spoke with a gravelly voice of a committed smoker, and he smelled like he sounded, but he was funny, talkative, and ready to tackle the rat problem my mom had. He pulled the kitchen table away and opened the basement door. Taking the first step, Brian feels around on the wall for a light switch. Then he looks up to see the way that you turn the light on is done by a pull string, and the pull string was tangled around the light. Within a few seconds, Brian had it clicked on and continued down the stairs. Playing up the damsel in distress routine, my mom follows down the stairs close behind him. I stay in the kitchen and wait for them to return. I hear the washer and dryer get slid around, mumbling tones and my mom's giggling. But it doesn't sound like they found anything of significance. When they came back up, it was concluded that whatever got down in there had probably found its way back out. Brian stayed for dinner that night, and my mom got to show off her homemaking skills. Brian and I were sitting at the kitchen table while Mom prepared the food. There's a baseball game on in the living room that keeps the pause in conversations from becoming awkward. Brian's attention is on the game, and I'm watching my mom cut carrots. Beside her, a silverware drawer flies out from its cubby, catapulting forks, knives, and spoons everywhere on the kitchen floor. The noise scares us all. Brian gets up to help my mom and asks what happened. She thinks her apron got caught, and that's what pulled the drawer out. She really did believe that's what happened too, because Brian left that night, and I asked her about it. She didn't even flinch when telling me about the apron thing again. After that night, my mom was back to her regular pattern of being gone for days. Time would pass, and I no longer felt my dad's presence in the house. I think he left the night Brian came around. I no longer heard his voice in my ear. Things that were lost were no longer magically found, and no longer did he chase my mom's shadow when she was home. However, the activity wouldn't cease with his absence. Coming home on a snowy day after school, I passed by our empty parking spot collecting so much snow, the number for our address was totally covered. Walking into the house, I have an obstructed view into the kitchen, and I see the basement door is wide open. The table that was firmly pressed against it is now pushed back enough for the door to fully swing open on its hinges. The lights I turned on earlier that morning were suddenly off. My closest source of illumination was the living room light. It was a few steps in front of me, and I made them quickly across the carpet. I reached into the lampshade and began tapping the fixture's button off and on, but the bulb didn't heat up. Out of frustration, I gently shook the lamp, and I heard the glass jingle around. I reached my hand further up until I felt the bulb. It had been unscrewed, just enough to not activate. After I rotated it twice, the bulb lit up under the lampshade. As I went to the next closest lamp, I found that bulb, along with all of the other ones in my house, had been unscrewed. It had finally made its way upstairs, and the dreary interior of my home would further digress into a hopeless black hole that took energy from me the moment I entered its chambers. The shadow man would show himself in my peripherals, but this time he brought a suffocating agitation, one that would smother me enough to lose concentration on whatever I was working on, and then focus intently on the fear of him coming closer. If I looked in his direction, he'd disappear and move somewhere else in the room, waiting for me to find him again. I'd also get progressively sicker in a very short amount of time. My mom was home with me the night that my fever really spiked, and she had to take me to the hospital. Other than dehydration from puking, the doctors couldn't figure out why my temperature was so high. They gave me some medication that brought the fever down enough for me to be released home. I was still in the triple digits, but not hot enough to cause brain damage. My mom took work off for the next 2 days, and when she had to go back, She started coming home right after to take care of me. She even stopped in on her lunch breaks. Brian also stopped by a few times with gifts for me. It was nice to have a full house again, even under such circumstances. When he came over, he would sit in a chair next to the couch that I was laying on, keeping me company if I was awake. The strong, empathetic nature of Brian made me feel safe. I could fall asleep easily when he came over. Then it dawned on me through a dream. I needed to tell Brian what had been going on in the house. He'll be able to retain the information with an unbiased filter. When I woke up, I heard him and my mom talking in the kitchen. I'd almost pulled the covers over me to go in there. But as I listened to what they were saying, their words had me frozen. I heard my mom's soft voice say, "Kill her now." And Brian's low, gruff voice replies, "Kill the girl." They repeated those phrases back and forth to each other. The soft, monotone way that they were talking to each other was so eerie and bizarre. Slowly, I turned my body to look over the arm of the chair, and as I lifted my head, their voices stopped. When I fully looked into the kitchen, nobody was there. A few minutes later, Brian and my mom would walk inside with groceries for the night. I pretended to be asleep when I heard my mom's keys jingle in the door handle. The next time Brian sat down by the couch, I took the opportunity and first tested the waters by asking if he believed in ghosts. Brian smiles big and says, "Well, yes, I do." And then he asks, "Why?" I told Brian everything, and he sat there calmly, listened until I unloaded all of the stories of horror that had been cluttering my life. When I was done, he gave me a hug. He stood up. He grabbed his car keys. Before my mom was done preparing dinner, Brian was back inside with a stack of books about ghosts, demons, how to ward off evil. He got my mom involved, and she was more open to the idea when the words came from his mouth. She was shocked by my stories, but she also felt a sense of embarrassment that I hadn't told her any of it. I can't be sure if everything changed after that because Brian came into our lives and the house wasn't so empty anymore, or if it was the books he gave me, the things I was doing that I thought were keeping me safe, the crystals, all of that stuff. I have no idea if any of it really works, but something about believing that it would really helped. I haven't messed with any of that stuff since I was a kid. Once I felt like I'd gotten rid of it, I didn't feel there was any need to dabble in it anymore. Though I'm still super interested in all of it. Back in the 90s when I was married, my wife and I experimented with Ouija boards and other things for a while, which I don't recommend. I think the lure of curiosity can lead to trouble. Weird occurrences can both terrify and stimulate more curiosity. Once during this period, my then wife was on the couch watching TV in the living room one evening. There was light from the kitchen and a hallway by the front door, and from the TV. The living room was dimly lit. I stood near a set of bookshelves where the TV was, by the short hallway that led to the front door. I noticed a shadow near my wife on the wall behind the couch. It moved slowly along the wall, just behind her and towards the window. I asked her if she saw it too, and she said that she did. We both watched as it moved steadily along the wall, past the window, and down along behind the couch, and then beyond that, into a dark corner. It then moved over the wooden bookshelves, and I could hear some subtle cracks and pops in the wood of the shelves as it passed over them. It went directly past where I stood and around the corner in the hallway. The hall light flared brighter as it passed. Then it moved to the closed front door and seemed to be gone. Realistically, I don't believe that there's any explaining it away. Nothing was moving by a light source to cause it, and it moved independently. Once upon a time, when I was young and dumb and extremely drunk, my college dorm mates and I decided to make a Ouija board and contact the spirits that we suspected lived in our large old dorm building. We had heard stories, which turned out to be true, that our dorm had been many things before the city sold the building to our school for next to nothing because no one else wanted it. The stories went like this. Our school had been an old TB hospital originally. This story was bolstered by the fact that we had a crematorium in the basement, complete with 2 large, dark, people-cooking ovens. This door was always locked, but we'd gotten in there to view this macabre wonder several times. Supposedly, there was a nurse who had worked at the hospital, whose husband had left her for a woman he'd met during the war, and so she hated men. This will become relevant later. We found a gurney in some back room. It was old and completely made of metal. The kind of thing that could have easily transported the dead from anywhere to that cold crematorium. The last thing that the building had been before the school gained possession was a not-so-nice brothel. Rumor had it that a prostitute had been slain by her pimp in the creepy elevator, one that was so dangerous it had to be drywalled up long ago. There was supposed to be blood splatter still on the walls. Throughout the place, walls were where they weren't supposed to be, added for convenience and space over time. The basement, which was a series of small rooms, had once been one big room with only the crematorium as an extra body storage. The nursing station was on the 2nd floor, and those rooms were safer. Rocking chairs rocked, posters stared, etc. We decided to contact the spirits of the dead the hard, drunk way. No store-bought Ouija board for us. We got a large piece of wood that was cut into a square, and we cut our hands like lunatics and drew the letters in blood. Then we used a convenient shot glass for the planchette and got about the business of contacting the dead. It moved, of course, and everybody blamed everyone else. I was drunk scared, though, which translates to absolutely terrified. We talked to a little boy first, who wouldn't tell us his name, and seemed almost as scared as I was of something. He kept saying that he shouldn't talk to us because 9 was coming. We laughed, accused each other of messing around with the thing, and kept going. Because you're chicken shit if you don't, right? Eventually, 9 showed up, and I don't remember a whole lot about what that thing said, but I do remember that it hated on this one guy in our group so much that it was noticeable it didn't appreciate his presence. He was super cute and went through girls like people go through tissues when they have a bad cold. We disbanded our little Ouija experiment soon after that, going our separate ways to our separate rooms. That night, that guy, the one that 9 was hating on, had a nightmare. It was loud enough to wake us all. He said that that thing visited him in the night. It claimed they were watching him and were disgusted by him, going as far as choking him to the point that he thought he was going to die. She was wearing a nurse's uniform. I'm a real estate agent, female, 42. I've been selling houses for over 6 years. Working in the industry long enough, it was only a matter of time that I'd come across one of those hard-to-sell houses. The previous realtor that had this house sold its listing at an auction the agency had at the end of every month. It was on the table for cheap. I thought I was going to be able to turn an easy profit depending on how well I worked the sale. The next afternoon, me and my husband went to check out the property in person. I always brought my husband Sean to inspect new properties. We've had to toss out a lot of squatters, especially when the seasons change. We regularly check the vacant properties just to make sure no funny business is going on before we sell the house. When I get a new property, I like to introduce myself to the neighbors. I give them my agency number and tell them to call me if they see anybody entering the premises. A house that sells well for us also increases the property value of the homes around it. 100% of the time, the spiel always made the homeowner feel proud of the home that they have and happy to help enrich its potential growth. And in the future, if they ever planned on selling their home, they'd already have our number. It's a win for them and a win-win for us. But when we pulled into the creepy little stretch of neighborhood, the pictures that were shown at auction had to have been shot at a precise, perfect angle on the best day of summer, because what we pulled up to looked nothing like the picture. It felt like the house was frowning when we arrived. I worried, even if I picked the litter out of the trees and slapped a fresh coat of paint on the dump. Is the house too old to realistically compete with the younger, less ran-through houses around? New families weren't looking to move into dumps back in 2003, a little over 2 decades ago. It wasn't like it was today. If you're 30 or under, take a second to look around you right now. It's a dump, isn't it? It's not your fault. Nowadays, the house that I'm talking about is selling for close to $1 million. It didn't used to be like that. Growth by proxy. The town around it grew into a city, turning that dump into a highly sought-after suburban home just outside the metropolitan area. But this is in the past. I'm in 1999 having an anxiety attack about the state of despair as Creed jams their final notes of With Arms Wide Open and Sean plays air drums. Only when the song ends were we allowed to exit the vehicle. And that's when I was able to really see the seemingly overwhelming goal I'd set for myself. After a quick walk around the outside of the house, we walked across the street to meet the neighbors and do our little spiel. That house looked equal to, if not worse, than the house we were selling. I had no clue what I was going to say if they answered the door. We were halfway up the broken driveway when the front door swings open, and we saw an old woman holding a gun bigger than herself. She yelled at us to read the sign. With our hands held up, Sean and I look around for a sign that we must have missed. The woman shouts, "It says no soliciting or die." I tell her we're not solicitors and go into my spiel. The woman would meet us out at her fence and apologize for threatening us with her rifle. She ended up telling us that she had seen people in the home, lights on at nighttime. Sometimes it looked like there were fires inside, but she never saw anyone leave. In addition to this, she's also seen a cloaked figure running around on the roof. We thanked her for her time, and Sean popped the trunk of the car to retrieve our squatter repellent bag. There was a brick walkway that led to the front door. I put the key in, but the door just opened because it was already unlocked. That's never a good sign when entering a new property. And it didn't help that the neighbor had us thinking this place was going to be a hellhole upon entering. Sean pulled me back and took the lead inside with our repellent tightly in hand. We were astonished to see that the house looked clean and fully furnished. All of the furniture and appliances were covered in dust. If the outside looked half as put together as the inside, I might have felt a little more ambitious. But I still couldn't get over that the previous owners managed to maintain the interior so well, but let their immediate outside stay in such shambles. Sean and I walk from room to room at a level 10 of intensity and find the house to be empty. In the process, we were able to fully see how well this home had been preserved. It looked like the family could have walked right through the doors at any moment, but apparently they hadn't done that in quite some time. It was eerie. I didn't know the history past the bank's proprietor purchase, but from the photos still hanging on the walls, it looked like a family had lived there. Mother, father, and a daughter. On the ground in the daughter's room, there was an open coloring book with crayons still laying next to it. The page was unfinished, never being returned to. What would have made the family just stand up and go like that? It's boggled my mind ever since, trying to fathom the possibilities. The living room was spacious with a fireplace. That's where Sean and I were standing together compiling a list of things that needed to be done, and we heard a voice ask, "Is anyone there?" Sean, still holding the repellent, says, "Hello?" The voice again asks, "Is anyone there?" Then he adds that he's stuck, but stops replying after that. Sean and I are looking up and down for where this voice could possibly be coming from. We both notice the page has changed in the coloring book, but we don't comment on that until we're gone. After another full ring around the house, we meet back in the living room, and Sean points to the chimney, suggesting that we check there for one last effort. Sean gets on his back with a broom and shimmies it up. Soot plumes down, then a shoe, and then a leg bone. The sight was absolutely horrific. I'd never seen anything like that in real life, and yet I knew exactly what had just fallen onto Sean's face. The bone was heavy enough to split open his forehead when it hit him. It was terrifying when he started screaming because it echoed up the chimney chute. I took him to the hospital, and we reported it to the authorities. Not only did they have to break apart the chimney to retrieve the remains, the firefighters let the chimney fall completely forward through the roof, damaging the structure and making it unlivable. It was a wash. And no pun intended, but with it, all my hopes came crumbling down. It was ridiculous and scary, a scary that you don't really think about until you rethink about it. I don't know if Sean saw this. Could never really bring myself to ask him. But before the whole skeleton thing, I saw 2 red eyes glowing in the bathroom. I thought it was an electrical plug, but when we went in and flipped on the lights, nothing resembled what I saw in the hallway. There was a pretty cool rotary phone on the wall that I was going to take, but when Sean started bleeding all over the carpet, we had to leave fast. So, the next time you're in the market to purchase a home, you should ask your real estate agent if they've ever had to sell a haunted house. If they like you, you'll surely get at least one good story. This was mine free of charge, or better yet, first one's on the house. Yesterday, I was surprised to see an old friend's name in my unread messages. His name's Austin. We knew each other from elementary school. He contacted me asking if I remembered a birthday party we'd both been in attendance for. His inquiry wasn't pertaining to the actual festivities, more so what happened adjacent to the party. And boy, did I remember. The birthday was being held at the apartment complex this kid lived in. The family had rented out the cabana for the day. The inside had air hockey, table tennis, and a few arcade games, which were all set to free play during the duration of the rental. Out the back doors was a long path that led to a lake with a dock. That's where most of the kids were playing that day. At that time in my life, I was very self-conscious about my body image. I was quite large compared to my peers, and they wouldn't hesitate to remind me any chance they got. As an adult, I'm able to understand that children are just holistically dumb. Fat jokes were the only low-hanging fruit of comedy their grubby little paws could grasp. But as a kid, it was traumatic. Needless to say, I spent the majority of my time in the cabana, pretending that I was too obsessed with getting high scores in the arcade games to bother with the water. Austin was also in the cabana that day because he had a big cast on his arm from a break he sustained a few months prior. This being the 90s, the small amount of chaperone supervision was focused primarily down by the lake, meaning Austin and I were alone in the cabana for most of the party. Personally, I preferred this, but Austin wanted to sneak away and explore the whole cabana. It was a huge building, and surely there had to be more exciting stuff compared to what was in the designated game room. I don't know what we were expecting to find that would be cooler than what was in the game room, but again, we were holistically dumb. And with no adult in sight, Austin and I opened the unlocked staff-only door located on one of these walls. The door led into a small hallway that led to a stairwell. Austin led the way as we climbed the flight of stairs. First door we found was locked, so we walked up another flight and tried the next one. It opened. Through this door was another hallway. It was dark. Keeping the stairwell door open, we used the light to search for a light switch, but there were none on the walls. I looked up, and there weren't even light fixtures on the ceiling, almost like it was under construction. But from the stairwell glow, the rest of the visible hallway looked intact. Clean carpet, no musky odors. We could also see another door directly across the way. It was a large glass door. It looked slightly illuminated from the sunlight coming in from the room's windows. Seeing that as our next destination, we let the stairwell door close behind us, turning the hallway black again, aside from the light emanating from the glass door in front of us. It was about 20 paces from where we were, but we were both a bit spooked, standing in the dark, quiet hallway. Austin was more hesitant to take the lead this time, and we walked parallel, approaching the door. After the first few steps, I began to feel that overwhelming sense of dread, like something was waiting to grab us from the shadows. The only reason I continued walking was because I didn't want to look like a baby in front of a new potential friend. Out of nowhere, Austin says, "What?" And so I say, "What?" And he says, "Were you just whispering?" I say no, and he gives a forced laugh and says, "Oh, weird." Most likely trying not to look like a baby in front of a new potential friend. So we continue towards the glass door. The sense of dread has only grown in my stomach, and I swear I see movement in the black around us. I don't know if I actually saw the dark moving, but to this day, I haven't seen anything like what I was seeing in that hallway. It was like waves of shadows rippling around the walls. My eyes couldn't comprehend exactly what I was seeing. Then, I feel Austin's cast pressed against my chest, stopping my stride. He doesn't have to tell me why we stopped, because when I stare directly forward again at the glass door, there's now a silhouette on the other side of the glass, blocking out a portion of the door's light. It stood completely still, examining us from the other side. We froze, holding our breath in fear, until the shadow disappeared like a blink, as if it was never there. The door once again had a soft glow fully engulfing the glass and the carpet in front of the door. It was gone faster than we could react. Austin and I remained statued for a good couple of seconds before our brains told us to panic and run. When we get to the stairwell door, the handle acts as if it's locked, and Austin starts pounding on the door with his cast while we both cry out in terror. It's only after 5 or 6 desperate shakes that the door handle fully turns, and the door pops open into the stairwell with ease. At this point, we're both in tears, absolutely bawling as we run down the stairs back to the cabana game room. When we get back, there's thankfully still no one in there, and we have enough time to go to the bathroom and get cleaned up. We agree that we couldn't tell anyone because we knew that we'd get in trouble for trespassing past the staff-only door. Honestly, after that, the rest of the party was a blur. I don't even remember if I sang happy birthday to the kid before leaving. But 30 years later, and still, I remember that hallway vividly. Unfortunately, being with someone almost makes it worse, because your brain can't just forget it as a distorted child memory. There's someone else out there that shares the very same, very real memory I experienced. My buddy Alonzo would never forgive me if he found out I was still telling this story 10 plus years out of high school. Well, we had a mutual friend named Chico who wanted to go tag an abandoned office building. It was located in an old business park that was equally as desolate. Most of the buildings were already demolished, but further down the lane, there was another building. Chico told us about him finding it. He hadn't been through it yet, though. You never know who could be living in there, so it's safer having a crew. It was a Sunday morning when we went down there. I met up with Chico and we picked up Alonzo at the church. He was dressed in his Sunday best, looking like a cheese ball. Crazy bastard had a gun tucked in his pants the whole service. He brought it just in case we did end up running into a dangerous situation. I had a backpack filled with an assortment of chemical colors. We were all relatively talented graffiti artists at the time. We weren't vandals. Our art was not sloppy. We didn't tag uninspired. If there wasn't time for the job, we wouldn't start it. Our plan was to pick one wall and make it something beautiful. We had portable lights and a small stepladder packed in the back, fully prepared to create a masterpiece that day. The entrance of the business park was overgrown with new foliage. The narrow road that led us through the rows of empty land, the greenery made it hard to find evidence that there were buildings there to begin with. The broken pavement made Chico's car shake and bounce us off the walls. The shock absorbers on his suspension were completely worn to the ground, and we felt every bump. The road got so bad, we had to park the car, grab all of our stuff, and walk the rest of the way. Deep back behind a row of trees, bushes, and thorns, we finally get to this office building Chico's been talking up. It was almost untouched by the nature around it. The parking lot was non-existent. The sidewalk, concrete, broken up with weeds like the rest of the pavement. But aside from everything else around it, I remember this building looked like it could have still been up and running. Pristine condition. A 2-story canvas of steel and concrete. There weren't many windows on the outside, and when we walked inside, it was nearly pitch black. Entering wasn't a problem. The front doors were closed, but not locked. The smell of mold hung heavy in the air. We put on our masks before we even busted out the paint, just so we didn't have to breathe in the stale air. Earlier in the week, we'd drawn up a blueprint sketch of the image that we were going to do. It incorporated all of our insignias. The design went through many drafts before we landed on the perfect one. Now, all we had to do was find the perfect wall. Unobstructed by drinking fountains or cubicle walls blocking its view, we dumped our gear and backpacks on the tile floor in the entryway and got out our portable lights. Past the front reception desk were aisles of cubicles and offices behind closed doors. The papers scattered all across the floor led me to believe this used to be an insurance firm. Deeper in the building, we came across an elevator we assumed didn't work. I jokingly pushed the buttons on the wall. None of them lit up, but miraculously, the metal door to the elevator slid open, and the light inside was on. It was really freaky. Nothing else looked to have power running through it, but the elevator was still functioning. We dared each other to go in. Alonzo was the first to volunteer. He pulled the gun from his pants, acted all tough walking into the elevator, scoffing as he passed us. Chico and I stand outside the elevator and watch Alonzo's smug face disappear behind the metal sliding door. We hear the gears of the elevator start to lurch and clink. It actually started moving. Just as it did, we heard Alonzo start screaming like we've never heard before. But given the circumstances, we both thought he was trying to fool us. But then we heard the gun go off and the zing, zing, zing sound of a bullet ricocheting off the metal interior of the elevator. It caused both of us to jump and run to the elevator doors and attempt to pry them open. As much as we tried to pull, they wouldn't budge until the elevator made its way back down and opened automatically. When the doors slid open, Alonzo falls out backwards in hysterics. Tears were falling down his face, while still continuing to scream like spiders were on him. Alonzo gets to his feet and runs out the front. We follow him out and ask what happened. I thought he shot himself in there, but I couldn't see any blood on him. But whatever happened, he pissed his pants. Chico and I probably could have been more sympathetic to our friend, but I think we were just in shock at how wild Alonzo was acting. First thing he says is, "Shit, I dropped my strap in there." I said I'd go retrieve it, and with tears still coming down his cheeks, Alonzo straight up grabs me and says, "Wait, don't." I'm like, "Get off me, dude, chill, what's wrong?" Then Then Alonzo tells us what happened when he walked into the elevator and the doors shut. The light, it turned off again. Standing in complete darkness, he heard something moving around above him in the elevator shaft. Then he heard the emergency escape hatch open enough for him to look up and be able to see the light from the second-floor door. Then that light and depth that he was staring at became blocked by a human figure. 2 glowing red eyes looked down at him through the square hatch. That's when he screamed and fired the gun. It was crawling in headfirst towards him when the door opened back up. It was obvious he wasn't messing with us. Chico and I stood there with our jaws practically dropped, listening to Alonzo sob out his story. Hearing what had happened made me and Chico want to go in there again, just to see if Alonzo was messing with us, or to see if we'd experience anything. We were scared, at least I was, but I couldn't not try. Amidst his pleas for us to stay with him, Chico reasoned that we couldn't leave a loaded gun sitting in this building. It wouldn't be responsible of us. So, me and Chico left Alonzo sitting on the grass outside as we went to retrieve the boomstick he'd left behind. All of our gear was still laying by the reception desk anyway. We would have eventually had to go inside to get our stuff regardless, so we might as well get it all now, we thought. Chico and I both walked past the lights and paint, making a beeline to the elevator. Chico presses the button and the doors roll open again. The light is on, and it's the only thing illuminating the building. The gun's laying on the ground in the corner. When we walk in, Chico grabs the gun and we both look up. The emergency hatch is indeed open, like Alonzo said. We can see up into the hollow black structure. Through the hanging wires and equipment, we can see a sliver of light above us. Then I press the F2 button and the doors slide shut. Just like Alonzo said, the lights then turned out again before the elevator started to shake alive. I think Chico and I were both getting nervous. Neither of us would admit it, though. Standing in the small black room, I couldn't see my hand in front of my face. I looked up, stared at the sliver of light as we got closer to it, then past it. Then our doors opened, and it was our first time seeing the second floor. It was beautiful. Large windows overlooking the forest behind the building. We didn't step out and explore, though, because we didn't want to leave Alonzo out there by himself for too long. Pressing the F1 button shut the doors again and brought us back downstairs, just as anticlimactic as the first time we ventured up. We brought everything outside and met Alonzo back on the grass. He asks, "Did you see it?" We shake our heads no and laugh at Alonzo. He never backed down, though. Good for him. Truth be told, I fully expected to see something, and I fully believed Alonzo. It's just that when we didn't get to witness anything ourselves, I guess we felt more emboldened to laugh in Alonzo's face. Either way, none of us ever got up the nerve to go back to that spot ever again. One of the most haunted places I've ever been. It's a place in South Africa in an area called Northcliffe. I just did a quick check on the Google Maps and I couldn't find it, so perhaps this house no longer exists. It was an old house in a strange part of the neighborhood. The street was always deserted and quiet. No dogs barking and no children playing. You'd think nobody lived there, but you'd be mistaken. People lived in the houses, but they were not often seen outdoors. I heard rumors that they were Satan worshippers or witches, but I put that down to gossip. One of the houses did have a statue outside of Lucifer reading the Bible with a smirk on his face. I thought it was odd that someone would put up a statue like this in their yard. Nevertheless, you can't make judgments just because everyone in a particular street seems weird. The house I'm talking about today apparently belonged to a mining engineer. Johannesburg is known as the City of Gold because it was built around gold mines. The story goes that this miner worked on one of the big mines and had a family with 3 small kids. Apparently, one day he went crazy, killed his wife and kids, and then committed suicide. It was said their ghosts haunted the place. I don't know if the original story was true, but based on what I've heard, there may be some truth to the stories that followed. My ex-husband owned a health studio and coached athletes and bodybuilders. One of his clients was a young man. We'll call him Kay. He was a cadet in the police force and was also competing for the title of Mr. South Africa. He won this title and had dreams of going on to win the Mr. Universe contest. I just remember rippling muscles, blonde hair, and a shy smile. Kay and his family moved into the house. They were a normal Afrikaans family, but when they moved into the house, strange things began to happen. It started with unexplained poltergeist activity. Plates would fly out of the cupboards, and things would inexplicably fall off the walls and drop onto the floor. Kay would tell my ex, let's just call him G, about what was happening, and of course G was curious and he was also very skeptical. One day, he went to pick up Kay. He was waiting out in the yard, leaning up against the hood of his car, when a huge tree began to shake violently. Only problem was, there was no wind, and the earth remained quite still. My ex got quite a fright and was left bewildered by the experience. One night, Kay's mother heard the gate creak open. It was a spring-loaded gate and had a distinctive sound when opened. She picked up her gun and went to the window right above the gate and watched it open by itself and slam shut again. She pointed the gun out the window and called, "Who's there?" Suddenly, she felt a strong grip on her hand, and later, she said it felt like an invisible force was twisting her arm around. The gun went off, and she shot herself. When she recovered and was released from the hospital, she was never the same. She dyed her hair black and walked around like a zombie, never made eye contact with anyone. Kay's father also began to act weirdly, and Kay spent most of the time at the gym working out. One day, Kay invited my ex into the house and they enjoyed some social time with a couple of other young men. Kay took a puff on a cigarette, and while he was inhaling in front of everyone, the cigarette was whisked out of his mouth and broken up into little pieces, and then fell to the ground. My ex said he thought he was hallucinating, but everyone there that night witnessed the same thing. They also saw an African tribal mask fall off the wall and then twist into a grotesque shape. No, they were not smoking anything stronger than tobacco. There were many strange stories that came out of that place, including the story of Kay's uncle who stayed overnight and woke to see a little girl staring at him. He said she put her hands on his face and pressed with such force he was unable to breathe. I could share many more, but the worst part of the story was that eventually Kay also began to change. He developed serious anger issues, and then we learned that he got into a fight and killed someone with his bare fists. He was jailed for manslaughter. There's so much more to this story, and I could write a book about it, but I'll end on this note. When Kay's family eventually moved out of the house, it was left empty, and it stayed that way for years. I'd drive past it every day on my way to work. My office was just a few blocks away, but I also drove that way because I was curious about the place. I'd slow down as I passed to see what was going on. It really did look like a typical haunted house and never failed to give me cold shivers. Then one day I saw a for sale sign outside, and a short time later, a sold sign replaced it. When the new people moved in, they completely renovated the place. I remember thinking that it didn't look like a haunted house anymore. They fixed the garden too, but then built a wall and I could no longer see the house and stopped driving by. The story should end here, but it doesn't. One day, when I arrived at my office, I picked up our local newspaper, the Northcliffe Melville Times. and a headline grabbed my attention: Poltergeist Activity in Northcliffe House. I immediately read the story, and, sure enough, it was the same house. I don't know what happened to the family that moved in, but not long after that article, the house was demolished. I lived in an apartment in this old house in New Orleans. I lived with my boyfriend at the time, and we got this insane deal on a beautiful apartment. It was $600 to rent a massive, stunning apartment with hardwood floors and huge ceilings. My boyfriend worked in the oil field and would go offshore often, leaving me alone. 99% of the things happened when I was alone. One day I got out of the shower and the mirror was fogged up. I leaned over while I was brushing my teeth, and when I looked up, the mirror had been wiped in a circle where my face was. That happened a few times. It had wiped away where my face was when I looked up from brushing my teeth. Only a handful of times for the few months that I lived there, but when it did happen, it happened the same way every time. While I was sleeping, I often heard things crashing, and also often heard footsteps in the attic. When my boyfriend was there, he heard the footsteps too. He went into the attic to check it out, and no one was up there. I came home from getting groceries, put them on the gas stove, got a feeling of being watched, and looked up. After 2 or 3 seconds of me coming in and putting the groceries down, I looked up and all the cabinets were suddenly open 90 degrees. I closed the doors and tried to recreate it happening, which I couldn't. I brushed it off, went back to put the groceries away, got another creepy feeling, looked up and all of the cabinet doors were open again at a perfect 90-degree angle. While my back was turned, looking at the cabinets, all of the burners turned on full blast. When he was home, every night we heard footsteps of someone walking slowly in high heels up and down the hallway, sometimes for hours. The apartment next to us was a mirror image of ours, and the walls were thin. My boyfriend thought that the guy next to us had a lady over, and I said, "No woman wears high heels on hardwood floors, walking back and forth all night. They would have taken them off." Well, it turns out our neighbor worked as a nurse during the night shift and wasn't home anyway. I was going to sleep one day, but I was scared, so I left the hallway light on. I heard footsteps and was too scared to sleep. I looked up and saw an evil being. A man. But he looked half something else. Something was wrong. I saw him walk into the doorway of the room, stop, and turn towards me. I'd never been so scared. I was paralyzed in fear. He came into the room, stood at the left side of the bed, and sat down. I felt like I was being electrocuted the entire time he was looking at me. It felt like an eternity. I think I passed out from fear. I woke up in the morning and panicked. I felt like it happened, but kept trying to convince myself that it was just a nightmare. One night, my boyfriend and I were watching TV in the dark. We heard the sound of the wood floor creaking, and we both looked over to see an evil-looking, older, ugly woman glaring at us. We both looked at each other. I knew by looking at him, he saw it too. That was the day that I went from thinking I was paranoid to living in full fear. And for me, here's the most terrifying part. Our dishwasher broke and these handymen came to install the new one. One guy says to the other, "Hurry up, I hate being in this apartment." I asked him to explain why, and he said he'll only talk to me outside. He said that a serial killer lived in that apartment and had killed women who were all the same age who looked similar in the French Quarter. He was a cross-dresser and walked up and down the hallway in heels. The FBI found a headless body and searched the entire property for the head and never found it. They looked in the attic and found traces of him living up there at some point. If you're curious, 2835 General Pershing, New Orleans, Louisiana. It's the upper right side apartment. I tried to look up the news story online and haven't had any luck. Maybe someone here is a better sleuth. I may be a fully grown adult female now, but I've had a crippling fear of doctors, especially surgeons, since I was a teenager. I got this fear because my best friend died when we were 14, and my family doesn't believe in therapy, just smiling. Dee was born with a lot of health issues, so she was always sickly growing up, but things got really bad in 8th grade. I was staying the night with her when things got so bad that she had to go to the hospital at 2 a.m. The doctors took a lot of blood and ran various tests, only to determine that she had appendicitis. They took her into surgery, promising the procedure was completely routine, should only take about an hour. Her mother, Penny, and I sat in the waiting room and played cards to pass the time, but an hour came and went without any updates. Only after Penny begged the nurse to check on Dee did one of the doctors come to speak to her. The procedure was a success, but Dee's condition didn't improve. Now her kidneys were failing, and the doctor rushed her back into surgery without answering any more questions. Within the next 20 minutes, Dee's entire family was there helping her raise hell. Her aunt was a nurse and said the whole situation reeked of a screw-up. 2 hours later, we got the news. Dee was gone. That was one of the darkest nights of my life. I had just been holding her hand before the surgery, joking about how much we would play up the whole experience into something melodramatic once we got back to school. Her parents hired a lawyer, and we learned that there was never a problem with Dee's appendix at all. When they opened her up, it was completely fine, but they took it out anyway. The stress her body endured exacerbated her actual problem, her failing kidneys. They removed one and were in the process of removing the second when she passed away. Fast forward a year. I'm in 9th grade, and my arch nemesis is a girl named Hillary. She was the cliché, bitchy, popular type, and her mom happened to be a nurse at the hospital where Dee had passed away. Well, Hillary started telling everyone that Dee's ghost was haunting the operating floor. Her mom saw her. I was pissed. I was a full-blown hardcore skeptic, and no words were going to convince me that Hillary wasn't just using Dee to garner attention. I walked right into the circle of girls, pushed Hillary into a locker, and promised to knock her teeth out if she ever said Dee's name again. She swore she was telling the truth. So I hit her, and then 4 other girls jumped on my back and beat the shit out of me. They tried to suspend me for breaking Hillary's nose. I missed her front teeth, but I was covered in bruises, and my lip was swollen from the other 4 girls, so my parents demanded they also be suspended. Obviously, the school didn't want to suspend their cheerleaders, so none of us were suspended. Instead, we got a stern talking to. Over the years, random stories would spread of people seeing Dee's ghost, and I always blamed Hillary for starting the rumor in the first place. We gave each other hell all the way through graduation, and I celebrated the last time I'd have to see her. Now, fast forward again, 2 years ago. I went home for Christmas and got T-boned by a Charger running a red light. The ride to the hospital was a blur, but I needed emergency surgery. Afterwards, I was taken to a recovery room where I slowly began regaining consciousness. Before I opened my eyes, I became aware of someone sitting on the bed, holding my hand. Thinking it was my mother, I opened my eyes to see Dee smiling at me. All I could do was stare in shocked silence until she disappeared. A nurse came in a moment later and shook me back to reality. She was also my best friend during our junior and senior year of high school and wanted to be there when I woke up. I probably wouldn't have said anything if it had been a stranger, but as soon as I realized my nurse was Lizzie, it just spilled out of me. The way she looked at me made me think that I'd been having some sort of hallucination from all the drugs. But then she said that she had seen Dee too, Most of the nurses had. When she learned I was on the floor, she asked the staff not to mention Dee because of my history with Hillary. She didn't want anyone to upset me by mistake. Apparently, Dee often checks in on patients coming in and out of surgery, and sometimes while they're still in surgery. But they've never heard of her sitting on anyone's bed or holding their hand. All that time, it was true, but I just couldn't believe it. Every time I've gone home since, I stop and have lunch with Lizzie, and I like to think that Dee comes too. I'll try to keep it to the point and not drift off too much, but I swear on everything this is a true story of my own experience. When I was 12 or 13, I was living with my aunt for a few years and my younger cousin. We lived in a little house on a dead-end road in a small town of about 500 people. We were technically considered a village. My aunt was an odd soul. Everyone has their own rhythm, and hers was a different rhythm for sure. She had a fascination with the odd and the strange, from a musical, dancing, miniature, jester figurine to old newspapers from the 20s. Then enter her collection of porcelain masks, of which she had more than 30. All different sizes and styles, and she had them all over her bedroom walls. The house we lived in was small but cozy, but this house had other paranormal events happen in it before and after the events of this story. So it was no big deal when small stuff would happen because we were odd like that. Some stuff being harmless was fine by us. None of what happened before or after was harmful. This is the only event I was ever actually stricken with pure fear. It was my 13th birthday, and for my birthday, I wanted us all to watch a horror movie together, because those were my favorite and still are to this day. We watched A Haunting in Connecticut as the chosen movie. It was my aunt and uncle, their 3 kids, my 2 friends, and myself there to watch it. After the movie, we all just kind of crashed, so I went to my aunt's room to sleep because it was the only other room with a TV, one of those old box TVs that would go full static every now and again. I get in there and put something on quietly and go to sleep. But I wake up a couple of hours later, and the room is pitch black, other than the light from the static on the TV, which, if you know, is not very much. It's basically a straight low beam that makes some stuff visible, but anything outside that vicinity gets harder and harder to see because of the light. But I can see all of her masks clearly. I went to get up to change the channel, and I noticed I couldn't move. It was like some sort of sleep paralysis. My eyes could move, but my body could not. So I just laid there, briefly trying to wait for my body to realize and wake up or move, when I heard a sound like someone tapping their nails on the closet door. Just a little 4 taps. I'm sure that we all do this when we're bored, but it caught my attention, and I fixed my eyes on the closet door waiting to hear it again. Within about a minute, I had glanced at the wall that the closet was on, at my aunt's masks, when I noticed one was missing, and I knew because it was the one that I'd gotten her for Mother's Day. I did a double take because I knew where it always was. I didn't pay too much attention to it until I looked back at the TV and could barely see the mask that was missing off the wall, now hardly out of light, but still slightly visible behind the TV. I knew it was the mask by the little pink flower pattern on the left cheek. At first, I thought my aunt had moved it, but no longer than I had had that thought, the mask started to raise very, very slowly. It rose to the ceiling, slowly made its way directly over my face in the bed, where it stayed for a couple of seconds, before slowly descending to what felt like right over my face. I tried to close my eyes, but it didn't help. I could feel it looking at me, and could practically see it doing it with my eyes closed. Then, out of nowhere, the pressure lifted, and I heard the mask break from falling. It fell directly about where it originally had hung, by the closet. I laid there practically in tears, not able to do anything about it. Then it sounded like someone shaking the bedroom door as hard as possible, trying to get in, but it wasn't locked. My aunt and uncle woke up to the sound of the door shaking, came to see what they thought I was doing, until they got in front of the door, and it swung open on its own. As soon as the door opened, it was like my body woke up. I sat up and screamed as loud as possible, and pushed to the corner in the bed, crying. That's when I told them what happened. They knew by the way I was acting that I wasn't kidding, and they would have probably doubted it a bit had it not been for the door opening on its own. But that's the end of this one. I have many more, but not like this. When I was a younger, single mother, I really couldn't afford anything new. I would shop at local thrift stores and flea markets in San Antonio. Goodwill was my favorite place, and so were the flea markets. Two, in fact. One was Old Austin Highway Flea Market, and the other one was on Fredericksburg Road. I dream of those places now. But about the mirror, I bought a beautiful, and I mean beautiful, mirror at one of the flea markets. Hand-carved wood, with cherubs, ribbons, cornucopias, and a basket up at the top. All the bells and whistles. I mean, it was gorgeous. And $10. Back then, chicken legs and thighs were selling for 19 cents a pound, and I had a family to feed, so that $10 meant an awful lot, but I couldn't leave the mirror. The man I purchased the mirror from said that it came out of an old home around the Beacon Hill area. I don't know why I remember that detail after all these years, but some memories never fade. Well, I took it home, cleaned the mirror with vinegar and water, and then oiled the wood. I hung it over the fireplace mantel in the living room. I was happy. Everything was all right for about a week, I guess. Then I would start to see dark spots in the mirror. No big deal. It's probably my eyes. Only then they began to swirl, start looking like smoke. They would dissipate when you looked directly at the mirror. I was starting to get worried there, more so because I thought it was my eyes. I thought they were making something manifest in the mirror. Maybe it was allergies. You tend to make these excuses because that stuff happens to other people or in the movies, not you. Hauntings aren't real, right? Well, one very early morning, my son was having a conversation in the living room. I caught him out of bed and I asked what he was doing up so late, as tomorrow was a school day. John, my son, said that he was talking to Abe. That woke me up. What? John says, I was talking to Abraham Lincoln. You know, the man with the big tall hat. But when he saw you coming, he went back into the mirror again. Half dazed, I could only laugh it off as I ushered my son back to bed. Kids and their imaginations, so I thought. I didn't hear any more of this hat man that coming week, but one night, soon afterwards, I found my son in his bedroom, crying and shaking. I asked, John, what's going on? John said that Abe came to his bedroom that night, but that this time, Abe had red eyes. He was asking my son to come with him, that there was a bed he needed to sleep in, to just follow him. He said he didn't want to. He said he had to fight hard to get away from Abe. He was so genuinely shaken up. I told him, don't worry, Mama's gonna sleep with you tonight. I was up all that night. Spirit or no, I was going to beat the living or dead crap of whoever made my son scared. But nothing happened. The following night, same thing. So, my son started sleeping in my room for a few days. After nothing happened for a few days, he went back to sleeping in his room without incident. Sure, I was having nightmares now, but at least my son was okay. 2 days after he started sleeping in his room again, I was folding laundry in his bedroom. I heard a faint knocking. Great, we had little critters in the walls now, I was thinking. So I got up, but without even thinking about it, I was standing in front of the mirror in the living room. I suddenly felt something ice cold rush through my chest, like I inhaled something frozen. Clutching my chest, I saw a column of gray smoke go into the mirror. There was something about the feeling and seeing it happen so clearly that made me sure something was seriously wrong with this mirror. I took that mirror down and I put it on the curb. It was gone within a few minutes. I still slept with my son for a couple more weeks, asking John if Abe ever came back. He said no. Every so often I would sneak back into my son's bedroom to see if anything was bothering him. Often John would find his mama sleeping with him, and that made him happy. He didn't need to know it was because I was scared. No one, and I mean no one, messes with my little cubs. Not then, not now, not ever. It's all a damn shame, though. I sure do miss those flea markets. A long time ago, I worked the late shift at a warehouse connected to a shopping mall. Think Sears. Only 2 of us worked there at a time, so if one of us called in sick, the guy who was there alone would be screwed until the early crew showed up later that morning. We had others get hired, but they always quit. Here would be a typical night. You're in a well-lit building, so that wasn't really the problem. It was the things that you would see. You would be doing a task, for example, sweeping, inventory, and suddenly it would get cold. I mean, to the bone cold. Then you would look around and you'd catch a glimpse of someone moving fast, but there was never anybody there once you got a good look in that direction. It almost resembled someone moving through thick fog, but just for a split second. Also, on the outer edges of the buildings were corridors to offices and the mall itself. The offices and hallway had sensors. You would see sections of the building suddenly light up, and the sound of slamming doors. Sometimes, when I'd get a chill, it would be followed by a group of women chattering. Chattering that would soon be cut off suddenly, making it that much more obvious how much it was there to begin with. Again, there's never more than 2 people working, and sometimes we're alone. In the beginning, I would frequently check things out, coming up empty-handed almost every time. I say almost because it's a warehouse, and a pigeon or 2 had been the cause of certain sounds, just not the super haunted ones. We had a radio to blast just to drown out the random noise. That thing would just shut off for no reason, and it would stay off for hours. So many people would get hired and quit the job suddenly. They would rarely say why, but we knew. Some guy said that he was freaked out because he saw feet walking where they shouldn't be, and that was it. One time, though, this woman started working there. I asked her what she thought of the spirits, and she tells me, funny that you ask, because the building had a strange presence in her opinion. She said every evening before walking in, she would meditate and create a bubble around herself for protection. Me and my coworker look at each other and kinda scoff. Though we'd experienced some stuff, I guess we were still just assholes with shit to learn. She was nice, though, so I asked her to walk towards the part of the building that always felt the most off to her, gave her the creepiest vibes. Her turn to scoff. She basically said that she would do one better. Then she started meditating, just sitting in the middle of the ground in total silence. We stood there sort of unsure what to do. She stayed sitting for a while, but quickly hopped up and told us to follow her. We stood near the back door, closest to the parking lot, an area where I frequently saw shadows or glimpses of something moving quickly. She says that the parking lot is a staging area. Still, I never quite figured out if that was an official term or what it meant, but it stuck with me. She said that there were a lot of spirits there. They were looking for the light to move on to the next, but some didn't want to go. She adds that while meditating before work, she'd sometimes point to where the light was, and some spirits followed. She said if we were really bothered by the activity, we could ask the spirits to leave, saying it would just take some extra time and effort. So we basically just let her do that while we stood around. That girl ended up quitting because she got a better job, but for a few months we never heard or saw anything at night. For a while there, I just didn't even worry about it, went about my business. Then, a few months later, I was closing up, locking the doors just opposite of the one facing the parking lot, when I caught a glimpse of someone moving to the left. Then, I saw one of the very back sensor lights turn on. Sure enough, the sounds and sights returned, and it went back to the same routine. It was crazy stuff. Left the job probably a year and a half into it. This was over 10 years ago. But it still manages to be one of the more interesting, if not kind of scary, experiences I've had while on the job. I was swimming in the ocean with a friend when I saw something floating in the water nearby us. I knew what it looked like to me, but it was a bit transparent. I asked my friend if he saw anything floating a few feet away from us and pointed to where I was seeing it. He said he didn't see anything, and then he asked me what I saw. I told him I could see what looked like a woman's body floating face down, naked, with long red hair. He was understandably freaked out and wanted to get out of the water immediately. We went inside, changed, and started preparing dinner. His roommate came home, and while we were all sitting around talking, I started asking his roommate some questions about his job as a criminal defense attorney. As the conversation went on, I asked him if he ever had to defend anyone he knew on serious charges. He said yes, actually, after a friend of his was charged with murder when his wife's body washed ashore, right in front of this very condo 12 years ago. I looked over at my friend, and he was 50 shades of pale, with his jaw on the floor. Then I asked his roommate to describe what she looked like. He said that she had very long red hair, and that she was found naked, lying face down on the beach. I let my friend explain what had happened earlier that day. They were both stunned. I'm going to preface this story before getting into it. I'm a Division I football player here in Alabama. I play offensive line. For those that don't know what that is, I'm basically saying I'm a big dude. Currently 6'5", about 300 pounds. This to say that I've not really been scared of animals or people where I live, because I'm genuinely just bigger than them. Now, it was late at night, and my high school basketball team at the time had just made the playoffs. I was currently on the phone with my girlfriend at the time, and it was around 12:30, 1 a.m. As I was pulling into my neighborhood, I saw this woman with long black hair wearing a Civil War period dress. It wasn't very weird to me to see random kids around my neighborhood because I lived near a foster home. What freaked me out at first was that it was January, February, and it was late at night. It was freezing. To pull into my neighborhood, I had to drive past her. I slowly went about 3 miles an hour past the woman, and I really didn't know what to do. As I passed, she was still staring at the ground. As I checked my rearview mirror, her head snapped up, and I saw an extremely evil-looking face. I hung up the phone and was going 65 to my house. As I mentioned, I'm a big dude, so when I arrived at the house, I sprint up my porch stairs and into my room. Me being my size woke everyone up in the house. My dad enters my room to check on me, and I tell him everything that's happened. He asked if I was on anything, and I told him of course I wasn't. He told me to get some sleep, and I of course couldn't sleep. It popped into my mind. I had a neighbor that I was very close with who had long jet black hair. Instantly, I snapped her on Snapchat saying, "That was a good prank. You got me." She said she wasn't even in the state. She didn't know what I was talking about. She sent me her location on the Snap map, showing that she was in Baltimore. That was it. There was no chance I was getting any sleep that night. I hopped on Xbox to tell my friends about the events that had just occurred. Of course, they didn't believe me, saying that I was joking, and I told them how serious I was. At the end of the Xbox session, it was around 4 a.m. I had gotten off and was going to try to get some sleep. I went to my bedroom, and as I was walking past the blinds, there she was, standing there under the one streetlight in my neighborhood. I slammed the curtains shut and peeked again. She was gone. I have no idea what happened or what was going on that night. My dad and little brother, they've claimed to see the same woman years later. They have some stories of their own that I'll ask if I can share. This is my first post, so if you have questions or if you have any idea what's going on, please let me know. Update. Since my encounter, I've now moved to college to play football, but as I mentioned earlier, my brother and my dad have had encounters as well, and they've agreed to let me share them. I've also done some research, but I'll get into that as well. About a year ago, my brother was packing up around 10 p.m. to go to a baseball tournament in Atlanta the next day. As he was loading up the car, he heard a noise that sounded like a woman, far away in the woods. He said he thought that it was our neighbor or something. My brother finished putting the last bag in the back of the car when he looked in our driveway and saw the woman fitting the description of my encounter, standing there. My brother isn't small either, and had made fun of me for the way I acted when I had my encounter. Anyway, as he saw the woman standing there, she did the same thing. You couldn't see her face because of her long jet black hair. He said, "Hello, and are you okay?" And she said and did nothing. She snapped her head up, and he saw a horrible-looking face. He sprinted up through the porch and locked the doors. He peeked out the window, and she was staring back. When he peeked back again, she was gone. My dad's experience, it's not very long, but it's an encounter. My dad works around the country because of his job, and he finds himself coming home late sometimes. As he was driving home late one night, he saw the woman I described, but this time, next to the cemetery where we lived. I have no idea if that's a connection to her or not, but we've never stepped foot in that place. Anyways, he saw this woman with the same description as both of our encounters and passed her. He checked his mirror and she was still there. He turned around his car to get a better look, and she was gone. So, my research. I'm not into horror films or really anything scary for that matter, but I have done some research since my encounter. But this is definitely a new field for me, so any advice would be great. There's a website that talks about the ghosts in our area of Alabama, and it turns out I live near an old iron mill. And to sum up the short story, this woman and her child, they were killed by a fallen chimney about 1 minute from where I live. And she seems to be sighted from time to time. She's labeled as a stalker spirit, one that's mostly friendly or doesn't hurt anyone, but I have no idea, to be honest. I appreciate any feedback. Thanks for listening. I've never told anyone about this, but I used to be terrified of the house that we moved into when I was 13. I'm an only child. My parents' bedroom was on the first floor, while mine was on the opposite end of the second floor. I chose it for that very reason, and regretted it by the third night. I was just going to bed when I heard footsteps coming up the stairs and down the hall. I assumed it was one of my parents and wondered what they could want so late. But the footsteps stopped just before my door. I waited for at least a couple of minutes, but they never moved or called out. So I opened the door to see what the deal was, and nobody was there. The next morning, I asked my parents which of them was creeping outside my door, but they denied ever getting out of bed. I thought my dad was messing with me, though I didn't care enough to press the issue. Spoiler alert, he wasn't. I'm not sure if it was weeks or months later before the next incident, but enough time went by that I had written the whole thing off. Then I woke up in the middle of the night to the sound of footsteps pacing outside my door. I was terrified until, remembering it was probably just my dad, then I decided to beat him at his own game. Quietly, I crept towards the door. I pulled it open just as the steps passed by, but no one was there. It was just an empty hallway with nowhere to go. A cold breeze blew past me, and everything was dead silent. I was instantly terrified again. There was no explanation for what I heard, and I knew I hadn't dreamed it. The following morning, my parents denied any involvement. My mom joked that it was probably just a ghost. She and my dad both laughed it off, but that was the only explanation that made any sense, so I had to test the theory. That night, I took a bunch of candles into my room, and I held a makeshift seance. I only knew what I saw on TV, but I did my best to banish any lingering spirits regardless. I slept through the next several nights, but stayed up late that weekend, just to see if anything happened. The footsteps started just before 3 a.m., and it made my blood run cold. Again, they came up the stairs and began pacing outside my door. It continued for several minutes while I sat listening, frozen in terror. Finally, I worked up the courage to call out a tentative, "Hello?" Only once it was past my lips did I realize how awful it would be to hear a response. But thankfully, none were forthcoming. I tried to make myself get out of bed and open the door like the other nights, but I just couldn't. This time, my parents didn't find my story so endearing. They didn't want to hear about my mysterious footsteps anymore. And that was my last attempt for over a year. And again, at least a week passed before the next occurrence, maybe more. The footsteps were louder than usual and woke me just as before. I laid awake waiting for them to stop. But then there was a light tapping on my door, and a new level of fear coursed through me. It felt like it lasted an eternity, and even when it stopped, I couldn't fall back asleep. I'm pretty sure that's when my nightmares started as well. Sometimes I wasn't sure if something was a dream or reality, so I started leaving myself proof in various ways. Not too long after my 14th birthday, I woke to more tapping. But while I hid under my covers, the noises only got worse until the unthinkable happened. My doorknob began to turn. I could hear the metal and the slow creaking of the door opening. I couldn't not look at that point. I had to know what was coming through the door, for better or for worse. By then, I was sleeping with a flashlight under my pillow, an actual flashlight, no cell phones in those days, I'm afraid. And I sat up with it in one fast, embarrassingly spasmic motion. The door was halfway open, but no one was there. No one was ever there. I got up to close my door and put my vanity stool against it, so I would know that it hadn't been a dream. I dealt with similar incidents every few weeks for the entire time that I lived in that house. The worst incident happened when I was 16, and I woke to someone sitting on the foot of my bed. I lashed out with my feet and felt them connect with somebody's body. But once I sat up, the room was empty. After that, I started sneaking downstairs to sleep on the couch full time. If my parents woke up first, I'd pretend it was an accident. Or if I'd wake up first, I'd sneak back into my room. I tried bringing it up a couple more times over the years, but once they threatened to put me in therapy, I never mentioned it again. Life got much better after I went to college. My parents moved to a brand new house while I was away, and I never saw our old place again. But a few years ago, I worked up the nerve to ask my mom about the old house, and she very casually explained that a man had killed his wife in a jealous rage before ending his own life. All on the second floor, of course, and they just never felt comfortable going up there. I was speechless. I'm still kind of speechless. I mean, who does that? When I got upset, I was told that we simply couldn't afford to move at the time, and they felt like telling me the truth would only make my ghost dreams worse. Not gonna lie, I'm still a little bitter about it. Years ago, I became good friends with my neighbor across the street. We both had young children, and we spoke and/or saw each other almost every day. Probably 6 years into our friendship, she developed leukemia and only lived one more year. She was 35. One day, I was looking out my front window, and I saw the car she used to drive pass by, turn around, and then it pulled up to the curb in front of her house and parked. I continued to watch, and I saw her husband and her 3 children get out of the car. The car was a light blue station wagon, one that she used to drive the kids around in, and her husband still had it. As I continued to watch, I saw her husband and the kids walk up to the front door of the house and go in. A moment or two later, I saw my friend get out of the car and walk to the door. I couldn't believe what I was seeing, but I knew for sure that it was her. I knew because when she got to the front door, she turned, looked at me, and waved. Then she, too, went into the house. I think she was telling me that everything was okay. I'll never forget that. A few years back, I was dating this girl. She told me her parents' house was haunted. Skeptical as I was, I thought she was playing with me. Then she told me that there was an evil persona that would take over her body sometimes, damage her physically. She'd wake up bleeding, totally oblivious of how she got those cuts or what just happened. I thought this was just her way of trying to get attention or needing help. I didn't really believe her story, although I tried to help and comfort her any way I could. All of that changed anyway when I started sleeping over. It changed because strange things would almost always occur at night. These experiences all occurred when my ex and me, usually the dog too, were alone in the house. It started with our laptop randomly turning on in the middle of the night and actually logging into their account. Shortly after, I started to hear things as well. Footsteps coming from the ceiling or roof, right above the bed we slept in. Not a ticking sound like a mouse makes, but actual thuds, like a human was casually walking circles on the roof. A few days after, I heard a dog barking downstairs. The family dog was a boxer, but I heard a high-pitched arf instead of a low roof. I went downstairs, but I saw nothing special. The boxer was sleeping peacefully in his kennel in the kitchen. I returned to the bedroom and saw my ex in bed, sitting up straight and with both arms bleeding. I had seen the fresh wounds before, so that was nothing new for me. Really sad to see, but nothing new. What startled me to death is that she had her eyes closed, like she was still sleeping, but her mouth was wide open, as if she were screaming her lungs out. But she wasn't. Needless to say, I didn't sleep that night. A few nights later, we were in bed sleeping together again, and I woke up to my ex trying to climb over me, mumbling, "Break, glass." As the situation in the house was starting to freak me out, I felt the urge to protect myself. I grabbed my ex by the shoulders and yelled, "What are you trying to do?" My ex woke up, but a second later we heard a loud tack and the sound of glass breaking in the kitchen. I went downstairs to look and saw the locked cupboard wide open, and on the floor, shards of what used to be 2 long drink glasses. I cleaned up the mess, walked back upstairs, and found my ex sleeping as if nothing had happened. Once something strange happened in the middle of the day. We were upstairs in my ex's bedroom, and her father was working in the garage. Nobody else was home. We went to be physical. We made sure the bedroom door was closed. Then, in the heat of the moment, the door flew open, hard, as if someone kicked it in, except there was nobody there. I do remember feeling a slight breeze, and the next moment, her bedroom window shattered into pieces. That kinda killed the mood, to be honest. Shortly after this, we broke up, and some strange things happened to me, but nothing like what happened to her or while we were together. But it did get me interested in the paranormal, spirituality, and finding out what else is with us. When talking about what happened, I refer to it as a ghost story, or a haunting, because it's the closest concept I can think of, but I'm open to any interpretation. This was way back in 2007, when I was 16. I grew up in a haunted house. It was the first Victorian plantation built in my small East Coast town. It was constructed during the Civil War, and sometimes strange things would occur. Despite being a skeptic, I always chalked it up to paranormal activity, though I do have a healthy respect for the possibility of reincarnation. It was 9:45 on a weeknight, and I was getting ready for bed. As an avid reader, my routine included relaxing with a book before going to sleep. My precious cat, who's currently 21, was lying on my shins, waiting for me to finish reading. Normally, I'd put the book down, turn off the light, and lay back. Then she would walk up on my body and lay on my chest. However, this time, the universe had a different plan. I was engrossed in my book and wide awake. I'm a lifelong insomniac, so I never fall asleep easily. I assure you what came next was no dream. I put my book down as usual and reached to turn off the light. Only this time, as I hit the switch and the room went dark, a body fell onto my bed. That's the only description for it. That's what both my cat and I experienced. The body had the heft and size of a small man, and it fell from thin air with an audible boom. It felt like a goddamn corpse materialized mid-plummet, just to fall onto my cat and I. And it fell from a fair height, too, judging by the force of impact. My cat instantly flew out of the room in a total flight of panic. Her reaction is how I knew it was a real event. I immediately turned the light back on, but nothing was there. Well, nothing except for an imprint, a body-sized divot in my down comforter, left behind as additional proof that it really had happened. I'm not crazy. I was completely sober and awake. My cat and my down comforter physically experienced what I experienced. Yet, in telling the story, it feels unbelievable. How could such a thing have happened? The logical part of my brain longs to find a neat solution for what happened that night, but logic doesn't explain it. In the years since this occurred, I've thought it over frequently, and in my heart, I believe that I experienced some poor soul's suicide. Perhaps not a suicide in our dimension, or maybe not our timeline. I don't know. What I do know is that a body fell onto me in the middle of the night, and it had enough force that it must have come from somewhere. This leads me to believe that it was the impact felt from someone jumping to their death. Gives me the willies to imagine somewhere in the world, or in a world much like our own, that some poor soul jumped to his death, and I felt it. Other times, I imagine it was a suicide from the past, resonating with my own time. Maybe someone who had previously lived in my house. I often think this because men were a bit smaller back then. The fact that it was a man is as obvious to me as the weight of the impact. I could simply tell that it was a small man's body that struck me. I could be wrong, but in my gut, I believe it. How? I don't know. Only the complex, unknowable universe knows how it happened. I actually have several stories with my time working as a pharmacist at the hospital pharmacy. This particular pharmacy was in the basement, and I also used to work third shift. To be fair, third shift in the basement with the emergency lights on, only that is creepy enough, but I always felt like I was being watched or followed too. It started one night when I was gathering IV supplies to take back to the pharmacy for preparation of the next day. Something kept kicking my cart, knocking the supplies off. So I started brick stacking them so that they were more stable and bringing the bins with me so that the supplies wouldn't fall off the cart. This one night I gathered up the supplies, brought them back to our IV room and started putting them away when the cart goes flying across the room, scattering everything. Then, from the bins where I was placing the new supplies, things start just flying straight out of there, at me. Not from the top, not from the middle of the stacks. From the bottom, 1-liter bags of NS flying at my head. After about the 10th bag, I just yelled, "Enough," and it stopped. I picked up what had fell and I started rearranging things when I saw that the cart that I was working from was rolling back towards me. It stopped right at my waist, and I swear on my life, the bags still on the cart moved so slowly and deliberately back into their brick pattern. I was stunned. So after this event and several weeks of similar encounters, one night I finally just said, "Look, I don't care that you follow me, but I'm super busy and I can't handle your shenanigans. If you're going to be my shadow, at least help me out." For the rest of the night, every time I went to push the elevator button, it illuminated in front of me. These were service elevators, not the kind in the lobby with multiple buttons. After that, anytime I lost something, be it a pen, marker, stamp with my initials, bag of medicines, it always reappeared on this certain spot on a shelf in our compounding area. I rarely used that area on third shift, but I swear, all I had to do was ask where it was, and within 10 minutes it would be in the exact same spot, every time. I left that hospital after 2 years, and on my way home after my last shift, something that happened that to this day I think saved my life. I was leaving as the sun was coming up. I was driving home. My radio shut off unexpectedly. It was a 2013 Focus, and this had never happened. So as I'm messing with the controls, in a split second, the sun hit me in the face. The radio came on blaring, which scared me, and I slammed on my brakes. When I looked up, I was inches away from this SUV, stopped in the middle of the road, hazards flashing. I immediately look up in my rearview mirror expecting someone to almost be hitting me, and I caught the slightest glimpse of this boy in my back seat, who then vanished on a double take. Though I only saw him for a second, his image is forever in my memory. He was dusty looking. He had sandy hair and an old bowl-cut style, button-up shirt, cloth pants, biggest grin on his face, sitting perfectly in the middle of my back seat. That was the last time I ever saw or felt his presence. I ordered the most beautiful 1800s brush and comb set with silver in it from a well-known antiques dealer in 2001. I was so happy with it that I immediately put it out on my dresser. The next morning, My husband told me that he had the most horrible dream, and when he told me about it, I was shocked that it sounded like we had the same dream. Someone, a man in a bowler hat, standing over him, strangling him. I couldn't scream. He couldn't scream. It was the most bizarre collective experience we've ever had. After our initial discussion and shock, we didn't think much about it because what can we do, really? We didn't have any more weird dreams for a few days, but later that same week, our dogs refused to go into the bedroom. This was insane because our dogs always slept with us in our bed. Except now, they would snap at you if you tried to force them. And then the dreams started again. About a week later, I was downstairs while my husband went to bed early with a horrible headache. When I went up to bed, there was the man in the bowler hat bending over my husband, the same man from our dream. He looked at me and instantly disappeared, almost like he glitched away in the blink of an eye, yet I never blinked. The dogs had followed me and they were barking like crazy. When I woke my husband up to tell him what had happened, he told me he was having that same dream. I decided to call my priest, and I told him about what had been going on. He asked me if we'd brought anything new into the home recently, possibly any antiques. I told him nothing except my hairbrush set and that it was from New York, from a reputable dealer. He told me not to sell it because we might give the demon to whoever bought it. Demon. I was speechless. Actually, I was kind of a wreck. After calming me down some, he told me to get a small box and completely fill it with salt so that nothing of the set was touching cardboard, just salt, and then to take it way into the woods and bury it extremely deep. When I told my husband, he got excited and anxious, telling me, "Do you remember when we bought it? There was salt all in the package." He was right. At first I hadn't been sure what it was, but that's exactly what it was. So we hurriedly bought 5 pounds of salt and buried the box deep in the Smoky Mountains where hikers wouldn't find it. I never bought another antique from eBay. We never had another nightmare. Our dogs went back to sleeping with us like nothing happened. And we never saw anything else in that house. It sure made us start praying again, though. My husband and I had a haunted bed. We owned an antique shop and bought a bunch of furniture from one guy. When you buy a whole lot, sometimes you'll have to take some things you don't want. In the lot was an old reproduction Jenny Lind bed. This bed wasn't old enough to put in the shop, so we stored it in the back for quite a while. Meanwhile, we were building a house, and when it was finished, we decided to make use of the bed until we found an older one. Right away, during the night, I would wake up and feel the bed vibrating silently. It had the old metal box springs. So I thought at first that I must have made the bed do that by turning over. But as time went on, I would lie perfectly still, and the bed would keep vibrating. Just the slightest shaking, nothing crazy or violent. Most times I would wake up my husband, and it would stop shaking immediately, which was really frustrating for me, since I was the only one experiencing it. It kept doing it off and on for weeks. I know it sounds scary, but somehow it wasn't. It was more like dumbfounding. Like, is this really happening? It can't be. But it was. And then there came a point, in addition to the shaking, something new was added. Down at the foot of the bed on my husband's side, there began a clanging sound, as if someone was hitting the metal springs with another metal object. Not violently at first, more of a clang, 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 then silence. I'd try to wake up my husband, but it would always stop, which was really weird. In my mind, I'm trying to figure out what could possibly be causing this. I'd heard about ghosts, of course, but that thought was the furthest out for a rational explanation. We lived at the base of a mountain with millions of acres of Forest Service land behind us and on a dead-end road. There was pure silence every night. No traffic, no nearby trains. And earthquakes, they don't happen every night on cue and only shake one item. What the hell was going on? The clanging began to get louder as time went on, and finally, hallelujah, one night, it didn't stop when I woke up my husband. It continued, and he looked at me like, what the hell? One day I ran into a woman who said that she was a psychic. I told her about the bed. I had almost zero faith in psychics at the point, but whatever. I asked her if she wanted to come over and check it out. With another friend, who also purported to be psychic, these two women came into the bedroom and stood there for a few minutes. One of them finally spoke and told me there was an old woman in the room who believed that the bed was hers, and she was trying to scare us out of it. Right away I thought, yeah, right, but I was polite about it. They burned sage and told the old woman to go away, go to the light, blah, blah. I was not impressed, to say the least, but I figured I had nothing to lose. Funny thing, it stopped immediately. Then, about 2 weeks later, it did it one night, and my thoughts of the bogus reading were confirmed. But after that one night, it never happened again. I thought back about what she had said about the woman wanting us out of it. The bed was from the 30s or 40s, and she said the woman was old. It would stop shaking, clanging, as soon as a man, my hubby, was awake. If you go back to that era, women had very few rights, and men had the power. Women could easily have been afraid to tell their husbands and would do anything not to upset them. So it began to make sense that the sounds would stop. If this is right, I think she became desperate to get us out of her bed when she started the clanging noises. She no longer cared if the man would be angry or not. Of course, this is all speculation on my part, but since there's already no explanation of why a bed would do that, the story doesn't matter. So, did a ghost do it? Something was responsible for it, and it wasn't either of us. Any suggestions are welcome. I truly cannot understand why this happened. We're not crazy people. I'm not lying. Nothing to gain by making myself sound like a fool. We built the house ourselves out of 2 old hewn log buildings, and both of us knew every square inch of that house and knew that it had nothing to do with the house settling or moving. Besides, houses don't settle like that. So that's my story about my haunted bed, and I'd love to know what and why it happened. The night after my mom's funeral, the porch light wouldn't turn off. I flipped the switch inside the house, nothing. Tried unscrewing the bulb. It stayed lit and then just kind of popped. I even checked the breaker in the garage, thinking maybe it had shorted and fused somehow. Everything looked normal. I left a bulb in it. It stayed on all night. Every night after that, too, same thing. The porch light just glowing. Stopped trying to fix it after a few days. It became a weird sort of comfort, honestly. My mom used to say, "Leave the light on so you can find your way home." A few weeks had passed. On a rainy Tuesday, I came home, late, tired. As I was locking the door, I said out loud, "You can rest now, Mom. I'm okay." The next morning, the bulb had burnt out. The switch worked fine. The breaker untouched. No power issue. I replaced the bulb, flipped the switch, and nothing. The porch light hasn't worked since. I was 18, and my mother and I were very close. She was 40. We'd been through all of my rebellious teenage crap and came out the other end as the best of friends. She had never been sick, but came home from work one day with a bad headache. She went to lie down, and I started dinner, but then I heard her crying. I never heard my mom cry before. I ran to her bedside, held her in my arms, and she died right there in my arms. And I called my dad, but she was already gone. On the night of her funeral, my dad and I went to bed early. His room, or their room, was right next to mine. It was about 8:30. My dog always slept at the end of my bed, and suddenly, my room got really cold, and my dog ran out of the room. I knew my mom was there, even before I saw her. She was all white and spoke to me telepathically. She told me not to worry about her, that she was in a good place and happy. I was scared, though, and I ran out of my bedroom and started to go downstairs. Then I thought, that's your mom. And I started back upstairs, just as my dad was coming down. You've heard the saying, he looked like he'd just seen a ghost. That couldn't have been more true for my dad. Before I could say anything, he said, I just saw your mom. I told him I had too. My dad was a very matter-of-fact person, an engineer. We never talked about this again until 40 years later, when he was on his deathbed dying of esophageal cancer. Remember when we saw Mom, I said, when she came back? Oh, love, he said, how could I ever forget that? I used to feel bad about being scared when I saw her, but then I remembered in the Bible how scared the shepherds were when the angel of the Lord came down and the angel told them to be not afraid. Can objects be haunted? Yeah, I think so. For me, it was a small table I bought at a thrift store. I didn't really need it, but I'd never seen anything that looked like it before. I decided to continue shopping, and if I came back and it was still there, then I figured it was a sign for me to buy it. It was still there. I took it home, happily set it on the floor, and all was well, for a while. The table folded down, and I had to open the top to secure it with a latch. The latch worked, but it only took a little pressure on the table for the top to close again. I took it upon myself to repair the latch. I was able to do so, but ended up cutting my finger. While I was bleeding, I kept thinking that this should have been an easy fix. And then I shrugged it off and started putting things on the table. I had placed the table so that when I came downstairs, it was one of the first things that I'd see. I noticed that each time I looked at it, I began feeling uneasy. Something was not right. This happened every time I came downstairs, and I found myself avoiding the table as much as possible when I had to walk past it. One day, I sat down in a nearby chair and just stared at the table. As beautiful as it was, I sensed that it had a nasty history. This is the risk you take when you buy things secondhand. Yes, the item may have more character than something brand new, but you don't know where it's been, what kind of energy it has attached to it. My intuition told me that the table had been in a home where great violence had occurred. Possibly it had had blood shed onto it. Specifically, I perceived a husband brutally killing his wife in a crime of passion. The table itself, of course, was an innocent piece of wood, but it had endured horrific pain and rage from its former owners. I wondered what amount of white sage or Palo Santo it was going to take to purify this table or satisfy its lust for blood, as it had already drawn some of mine. It wasn't worth it, I decided, and I ended up getting rid of it. And what do you know? All was right again. The other night I was in bed, I know I wasn't entirely asleep because I could hear the sounds of the house, and I was technically meditating. So my eyes were closed. I felt relaxed, focused on my breathing. I found myself suddenly opening my eyes. I'd been on my way to sleep, but now I was totally alert, my senses heightened for seemingly no reason. I felt a subtle movement at my legs, but that didn't immediately alert me since it's my dog's favorite place to sleep. I was wide awake now and sitting upright, and I witnessed a shadowy figure gracefully rise from the comfort of the end of my bed and silently walk away, making its way towards the exit of my room. With my dog nestled at the foot of my bed, I usually feel a sense of peace that envelops the room when I see this sight. This particular night, that familiar calm was accompanied by the shadow that emerged from where my dog lay. The feeling wasn't replaced by a negative one, but this time it was as if the very essence of the room had also taken form and manifested as this mysterious silhouette. I guess all this to say that the whole experience was really positive. Sure, at first it felt a bit eerie, and I didn't understand why I was awake, but the calmness was the same. There was still tranquility, and my current dog wasn't bothered by the experience at all. I couldn't help but wonder what the shadow's presence was as I laid there in bed. Was it something more than just peaceful? Was it familiar? Recently, I'd lost my grandma, and the night that I'd had this experience, I'd just celebrated 4 months clean and sober, which doesn't sound like a lot, I know, but it's the longest I've done in a long time, and I intend to take it one day at a time. Maybe it goes without saying for anyone who's done any sort of recovery work, but I've been doing a lot of praying, hoping that alcohol will never find its place in my life again. During this process, somehow I've felt that lately meditation, or at least just taking time to be mindful and express gratitude, even if it's just silently, I believe that we become attuned to even the subtlest energies that surround us, even those of our dearly departed. I have to wonder, was the shadow the spirit of my grandma, visiting from the realm beyond to offer solace and encouragement? Or perhaps it was the manifestation of another being altogether, drawn to the energy of transformation that's hopefully permeating my space. Regardless, the shadow left an impression on me. As I laid there, contemplating the significance of the encounter, I sort of felt a renewed purpose in my recovery. I truly hope to have similar experiences again in life, but I'm so curious how many others have had similar experiences to mine. I'm a 29-year-old female in northern Louisiana. My husband and I just moved out here with our son after my brother died 2 months ago. He didn't have any kind of will, so everything automatically just came to me. And since we were living in a cramped, slummy apartment, we decided to move. My brother overdosed, collapsed in the hallway, but we've always been skeptics, so the possibility of a haunting wasn't even on our radar. I was barely holding it together in general. I can't stress how much that kind of stuff never remotely occurred to us, even after things started happening. It still took a long time for our minds to go there. We were so busy the first week that we dismissed a lot of strange noises as animals living in the walls. The house is in a heavily wooded rural area, so it seemed like an obvious answer. It was only after we finished getting everything unpacked that Nolan, my husband, started paying attention to the noises. Once he pointed it out, I agreed it sounded strange, like something big is clawing at the actual wall. Any insulation between it and the animal is gone. There's more than just a squirrel or rodent running around in the crawl spaces. This is more like a huge raccoon got really pissed off and started tearing away into the home. We didn't know what to do. Our son is only 3. We didn't want to risk a possibly rabid animal getting inside, and I didn't want Nolan anywhere near it either, so we called animal control. After their second visit, they said the only thing they found was a family of squirrels, which were safely relocated. But we insisted that there had to be more. We showed them a video of a particularly intense scratching incident. It convinced them to check again, and larger traps were placed, but nothing else was captured. It got to the point that animal control recommended that we call the police in case we had a squatter. We were immediately freaked out. I'd seen body cam footage of that shit on YouTube, so we called the cops. They checked everywhere, but there was no trash or makeshift bedding like they'd usually find in those circumstances. If not for the video, I don't think they would have believed us, but they agreed the noise was concerning and asked us to call them the next time it happened. Nolan didn't tell me until later, but they were worried someone was coming in and out purely for the sake of scaring us. We heard it the next night, and the same officers returned, but it stopped less than a minute before they arrived. They searched everywhere, but still came up empty-handed. The officers were kind enough to stay for an extra 20 minutes, just in case it started again, but no such luck. During that time, we shared our whole story of why we moved here, and the police suggested it could be my brother's ghost. That was the last time we involved authorities, not because we were offended, but we were starting to think the same thing ourselves. The police being involved was all we had left grounding us to reality. It made it real, tangible, but after hearing them say it too, that was hard. It took close to a month for those events to play out, but that wasn't the only thing going on during that period. Our son never had a problem sleeping in his own room until we moved here. At first, we blamed the combination of animal noises on top of being in a new place. We let him stay in our room while he adjusted, but we were equally unsuccessful on this front. If the noises happened during the day, we would take Grayson to it and explain exactly how animals sometimes crawl into people's homes to build their nests. Then I found several YouTube videos of cute, fluffy raccoons being safely relocated. If anything, it worked too well. Grayson was not only no longer afraid, he was adamant that we needed to adopt the raccoons. Since he was no longer afraid of the noises, we thought that he would return to his room. But then he told a horrifying story about a man coming in and sleeping next to him. I almost fainted until he added that the man had a purple face, puffy blue lips, and a chin covered in whipped cream, like a cartoon character. We thought it must be imaginary and assumed everything traced back to the new environment. We should have explained the noises sooner. By this point, animal control had set the first traps, so we were thinking that it would be over any day now. Clearly, that wasn't the case, and things with the purple man continued to progress. Grayson began having nightmares that would keep us awake. So Nolan and I began taking turns sleeping in our son's room, starting with my husband, since he had to work the next morning. At breakfast, I asked how he slept, expecting the answer to be positive, but he said the noises were even louder in the back, to the point that it freaked him out a little bit. I had the same experience on my first night, but then things were quiet for a day or two. Then, on one of Nolan's turns, he randomly got in bed with us around 2 a.m. He tried not to wake me, but he was shaking like a leaf. I assumed that he must have been cold and went back to sleep. The next thing I knew, it was morning, and Nolan was still awake. He followed me into the kitchen while I made breakfast and said that he felt like he was losing his mind. The scratching had woken him up again, and he rolled over to grab his water from the nightstand. When his eyes opened, he was facing the hallway through the open door, and a man that looked like my brother walked by. Nolan jumped out of bed, chased after him, but he couldn't find any trace of the guy. He had gone out right behind him, but no one was there. I didn't know how he didn't wake up during all of this, but he peeked in on us before checking every room, but nothing was out of place. Then, when he finally got into bed, he couldn't stop listening for footsteps, At first, I thought he dreamed the whole thing, and it just scared him so badly that he woke up and thought it was all one event. But this was also the same day that Animal Control had advised speaking with the police, so we were extra freaked out by their suggestion. I admittedly panicked pretty hard at first, but after the police did their search, I began to look at everything from a calmer perspective. It just seemed too unlikely that we would happen to get some kind of invisible ninja squatter. So I stuck to my original theories and stayed in the other room as planned. As expected, the scratching noise eventually woke me up, so I looked around but saw nothing and no one. I quickly fell back asleep, and even with that one interruption, it was the most sleep I'd gotten since this all started. The next night, however, is what did me in. When the scratching noise came, I just laid there waiting for it to stop, and it did. But then someone sat at the foot of the bed, and my heart stopped. When I opened my eyes, the weight vanished, but it didn't feel like anyone stood up. It was just there 1 second and gone the next. I almost retreated into the master bedroom, but the longer I was awake, the more I began to doubt myself. Obviously, no one could have sat on the bed and vanished into thin air, so I calmed down enough to fall back asleep, and that's when I had an incredibly vivid dream of my brother standing over me during the night. He didn't look normal. He was dead. His face was almost purple. His lips were blue. And there was something off-white, kind of like vomit, around his mouth and down his chin. Suddenly, that description didn't sound like a cartoon anymore. I told a friend what was going on, and she fully believes my brother is haunting us. But I don't want to believe that. Not because I'm a skeptic, but because I can't cope with the fact that my brother could be trapped in that state for, ever? I don't even know how that's supposed to work. It was right after this that we had our final chat with the police, and why their ghost joke made us so uneasy. Unfortunately, my son never got to meet his uncle, but I set out a handful of pictures in front of Grayson, and I asked, do any of them resemble the scary man? I was even more freaked out when he picked up the picture of my brother. So I started researching spirits and hauntings like crazy. We tried different cleansings and simple rituals, but things only seemed to stay the same or get worse. Not long after this, Grayson was taking a nap on the couch while I cleaned the kitchen, and he suddenly started crying, loud, like he was hurt. I ran into the living room and scooped him up just as he was running out. I saw the scratches immediately, 2 red welts spreading across his neck. That's when I knew this thing wasn't my brother. It was both a relief and extra terrifying all at once. We still don't know what it is, and we don't really care now that Grayson is with Nolan's mother until we can leave. It hurts me to sell the house and the land, but I know my brother will always be part of us. We don't need a place to be close to him, and I know he would want what's best for his nephew. We've talked to a real estate agent and everything is ready to go, but we can't afford to move until we have a buyer, so we're just trying to hang in there. If anyone has any tips on how to survive in the meantime, all advice is much appreciated. It doesn't bother us as much as it did Grayson, but I've woken up with scratches on my back, and Nolan has seen the guy in broad daylight on 3 separate occasions now. I'm originally from Lethbridge, Canada, but I lived in Vancouver for almost 5 years. 4 years for school and an additional year just to live and work on my own. Most of my time was dedicated to school and work, which was rather uneventful in comparison to the story I'll share here. My first 3 years in Vancouver, I lived near the water in a mother-in-law style apartment. If you don't know what that is, it's basically a fully functioning apartment in the lower half of a home. Bathrooms, kitchen, living space, etc. It was an absolutely beautiful place to call a temporary home, especially for a college kid. An affordable place in a prime location, Owners who were incredibly nice people who mainly kept to themselves but also acted as very attentive landlords. But it came with its own sort of catch. About 3 months into living there, I was feeling pretty comfortable. Maybe I was too comfortable, and that's why everything started happening when it did. Either way, 3 months in, I was having these strange dreams, nightmares, paired with waking up suddenly and feeling like I wasn't alone. They would continue on and off for the better part of a year. Normally, the dreams were me standing by the back door. It was made of glass and had large, thick curtains, which I kept closed at night. But during the day, they let in a gorgeous amount of light and offered a small, peekaboo view of the neighboring Victoria Island. In my dreams, however, these curtains were open at night, and the view was nothing like I saw in my waking hours. There were no homes neighboring this one, no telephone wires crossing the skyline. The view was incredible. You could see the entire island. It was like the dreams took me back in time, one where there was just less in the way of buildings and more in the way of trees and nature. Almost magical. Except it's while enjoying this view, I realize I'm cold and wet. Doesn't seem too strange, not at first. But it changes, not the view or my coldness, but my entire perspective. I hear the bedroom door being kicked in, but I don't turn around. Suddenly, I'm being grabbed from behind, but I manage to escape whoever's attempting to grab me. I never see their face. I never see my face. I'm frantic, and somehow, I understand that if they touch me again, I'm dead. It's the most fear I've ever felt in a dream. Still, to this day. Eventually, I make my way to a locked door. It's the door that connects the rest of the home to the mother-in-law apartment. I struggle for far too long and feel as if I'm working with two brains. One who knows this door is never unlocked, and one who thinks it should be. Someone's coming. I run from the door and back towards the bedroom where the glass door is. I catch a glimpse of the view one last time, just before I'm thrown onto the bed. Before I can see anything else or do anything else, I'm being smothered. I can feel myself struggling to breathe. I know I'm close to passing out, and then one of those brains tells me to wake up. Usually, that's when I'm thrown awake, gasping for air, and feeling like I'm not alone. Though other times, it would be a dream within a dream. I'd wake up, have the sensation I wasn't alone, but I'd call out, "Hello? Is someone there?" I get no response, but I'd feel pressure applied to my shoulder, as if someone's hand was on it. As I turned to see the hand, I'd be thrown awake, for real this time. Each time I'd wake up for real, I'd never call out to someone, despite feeling a presence. Instead, I'd literally count sheep until I'd fall asleep, not waking again until morning. These types of dreams would come multiple times a week. I started keeping a journal, only to realize it was literally the same dream. I wasn't in control of it, and nothing changed, so I eventually stopped writing about them. Up to this point, I'd never had a reoccurring dream before. Nothing like this. My dreams usually involved me trying to concentrate and getting disrupted, or dreams where, honestly, things just don't make sense. But these dreams, they sort of made sense, but they also felt really real. As time went on, I started to feel a little uneasy around the apartment. I'd spend my days just living in it as one does, but my evenings felt dreadful and that I knew I'd be walking or running through these halls again soon. However, shortly after the dream started, so did everything else. The shower, for example. I'd taken countless showers. Nothing off had ever happened before. But suddenly, when I'd be showering at night, I'd hear yelling. Not just one or two, but continuous yelling and arguing. I could never discern what they were saying, but it was clear these were voices. I'd shut the water off and nothing. Eventually, I started playing music in the shower because I couldn't handle the sound of constant arguing. I had no idea how to drown it out without other noise. There was also the reappearing handprint on the glass door. The glass gets fogged up in that room after a shower. You have to ventilate a bit to prevent this, but usually it's so cold I don't crack a window. So eventually, after getting dressed and all of that, I'd open up the shades and crack the back door to let out some of the excess steam. And a few times, I'd see this single handprint on the window right as I did. But I don't mean it was just there. I mean it appeared as I opened the curtains. Then, yes, it would disappear with the rest of the condensation, leading me to believe, oh, that's nothing. I probably touched the window real quick without noticing. I told myself that a lot, but did I ever believe it? Not really. Finally, towards the end of my first year in the apartment, I saw a woman. I only saw her once, but I think that it was the same woman that I'd feel in my dreams, possibly the same woman whose presence I'd felt when I'd wake up. My theory has always been that something happened to her, maybe in that apartment. So yeah, my theory does lean heavily on the existence of ghosts or spirits, but I don't know how else to explain it. One night I was cooking, a little later than I normally would, but I'd forgotten to eat almost all day because of studying and not letting any real light in. Now it was dark, but I still felt like getting a view of the night sky and some fresh air. As my noodles cooked, I made my way to the glass door, opened up the curtains, and cracked the door. As I looked up at the view, the windows were highly reflective since the indoor lights were still on. In the reflection, just behind me, I saw a woman sitting on my bed. She had blonde hair and was facing the other direction. She appeared to be crying. Could I hear her? Before that thought could really go anywhere, I instinctively gasped and turned around. No one was there. Quickly facing the glass door again, she was gone. After actually seeing someone outside of a dream, I decided that I'd figure out a way to ask my landlords or the owners of the home if anyone had ever reported something similar. I think at first they thought I was trying to think of an excuse to break my lease, but after talking further, they seemed to entertain my talking, though I didn't get any real answers. The couple had bought the house just 2 years before I had moved in, though it was built back in the early 50s. Many owners since its time of fruition, and according to the couple, they'd never heard of anything strange, but furthermore, I was their first tenant. So everything continued as it was, only school got more stressful and sleep became more precious than ever. I needed to figure out some way to sleep in peace and not disrupt my living situation. Now, some people may find this next part silly, but I really don't care. It worked. Also, I challenge others to be plagued by night terrors or visions and see what genius plans they come up with. Anyway, one night while lying in bed, I was already feeling emotional about the potential loss of sleep that I could experience, so I started speaking. I don't know who I was talking to, but I like to imagine it was the woman from my dreams. I asked her, "Do you need something from me?" Obviously, I got no response, so I just kept going. I told her that I was living here now, going to school. I told her who I was, and I asked who she was, with no response. Finally, I told her that I was sorry if something happened to her. I told her that as much as I wish I could change it all, I couldn't do that, but that I thought it was time that she moved on. I told her that sometimes the dreams were a little too scary, so much so that I couldn't sleep. I told her that she didn't have to leave, but that I thought she'd be happier if she did. I didn't have any dreams that night, or the remaining 2 years I was there, at least not those kinds of dreams. The only other thing that happened was the week I was moving out of that place. I was cleaning all the windows and walls. I got to the glass doors. I opened the curtains, and without any condensation in the room at all, I briefly saw a familiar handprint. Both appear and disappear almost instantly. I considered that my official goodbye from the woman I'd silently shared my space with. It's always made me wonder, what exactly makes spirits stay in certain places, and do they have a choice?